Good morning. The Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission appreciates the opportunity to be live in Detroit. We look forward to hearing from you. As chair of the commission, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission to order at 10:17 a.m. This Zoom webinar is live streamed on YouTube on the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission YouTube channel. For anyone in the public watching who would prefer to watch via a different platform than they are currently using, please visit our social media at Redistricting MI. Our live stream
includes closed captioning. Closed captioning, ASL interpretation, Spanish, Arabic, and Bengali translation services will be provided
for effective participation in this meeting. Email us at redistricting@michigan.gov for additional viewing options or details on accessing language translation services for this meeting. People with disabilities needing other specific accommodations should contact redistricting@michigan.gov. This meeting is being recorded and will be available at www.michigan.gov/MICRC for viewing at a later date. This meeting is also being transcribed, and those closed caption transcripts will be made available and posted on the michigan.gov/MICRC website, along with written public comment submissions. There's also a public comment portal that may be accessed by visiting michigan.gov/MICRC. Members of the media who may have questions before, during, or after the meeting should direct those questions to Edward Woods III, Executive Director for the Commission at woodse3@michigan.gov or 517-331-6309. For the public watching and the public record, I will turn to the Department of State staff to take note of the commissioners present.
Good morning, commissioners. Please stay present when I call your name. If you are attending today's meeting remotely, please announce during roll where you are attending today's meeting from. I will call on commissioners in alphabetical order, starting with Elaine Andrade.
Present.
Donna Callahan.
Present.
Murray.
Anthony.
Present.
Brittany Calhoun.
Rhonda Lang.
Present, attending remotely from Reed City, Michigan.
Steve Lett.
Present.
Marcus Muldoon.
Present.
Cynthia
Present.
Rebecca Sipala.
Present, attending remotely from Wayne County, Michigan. And Sarah, just to let you know, you're getting, for the people who are online, there's like an echo and we can barely hear you sometimes, but then other times you come in clear. So it's kind of going in and out.
Okay, thank you for letting us know.
Okay.
Janet.
Present.
Aaron Wagner.
Present, attending remotely from Charlotte, Michigan.
Richard Weiss.
Yes, you're still hearing the echo, but present, attending remotely from Saginaw Township, Saginaw, Michigan.
Thank you.
Thank you. 11 commissioners are present and there is a quorum. If you could give us just 1 moment so we can work that.
Okay.
She stopped my video.
Good looking out.
You don't need to be two places.
Good morning, commissioners. Is this mic echoing for our remote commissioner attendees? Check 1, 2. Is there an echo or is this one sounding okay?
It sounds good, actually.
All right, we'll continue on. Thank you.
As a reminder to the public watching, you can view the agenda at www.michigan.gov/MICRC. I would now entertain a motion to approve the meeting agenda.
So moved.
Seconded.
Moved and seconded that we approve today's meeting agenda. Is there any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all in favor of approving the meeting agenda, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and the meeting agenda is adopted. Without objection, MICRC Executive Director Woods will review the public comment guidelines. Hearing no objection, please proceed, Mr. Woods.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming.
Excuse me, Executive Director Woods, we're back to the echo and we cannot understand you at all. I'm sorry.
It's always something.
We'll figure it out.
Maybe. What? So it's
Commissioner Wagner, is that better?
Absolutely, we can understand you. Thank you.
You can understand me or you cannot?
We can, yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Once again, if at first you don't succeed, try again. How about that? Welcome, welcome, welcome to the Cadillac Place. We're happy to have each and every one of you here in person, provide public comments, as well as those of you who are remote. This is an exciting time of democracy where citizens can actually weigh in about how the line should be drawn. Want to remind you that you have 90 seconds. I repeat, 90 seconds with regards to your comments to the commission. We ask that you address the commission as a whole. I repeat, the commission as a whole, and no attacks or innuendos to any individual member as you share how you feel the line should be drawn. If by chance you are deemed out of order by the chair, they might give you opportunity to regroup yourself. They might ask you to end, or they might even ask you to exit the facility. So we really ask that you have civil decorum as we have this interactive exchange, and know that your thoughts, your perspectives and opinions are not only respected, but being heard as the commission considers to draw maps in the Michigan House of Representatives. Once again, thank you so much for coming. Thank you for being here. And Madam Chair, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Janice Follett will facilitate the public comment portion of this meeting.
Without objection, we will now begin the public comment pertaining to mapping. Hearing no objection, we will now proceed with public comment. Individuals who have signed up and indicated they would like to provide an in-person public commentary to the commission will now be allowed to do so. Please step to the nearest microphone when I call your number. You will have 90 seconds to address the commission. Please conclude your remarks when your 90 seconds have ended and you hear the timer. First in line to provide public comment is number 1.
Good morning. I am Lawrence Kloss. This is the third time I have addressed the Redistricting Commission in person. I drove here in the fog this morning because I believe it's critically important for all commissioners and the public to interact together in person whenever possible. I'm a volunteer with Voters Not Politicians. In 2018, like many other VNP volunteers, I knocked on more than 1,000 doors trying to persuade voters to set up this redistricting commission. I attended your first public forum, which took place in Jackson. At that first forum, I asked for your help in redistricting a portion of my township outside Dexter. It had been cracked off, partisan gerrymandered to vote with arch conservative voters to our north. I addressed you a second time at your first public forum in Lansing. There, I thanked the commission for your proposed map that fixed my township's cracking problem. I told you I hoped the commission could make Detroit voters as happy with their new maps as I was with mine. That never happened. Those are the maps that you are now redrawing. The Voters Not Politicians organization urges the commission, quote, not to redraw any districts outside of those included in the court's ruling. These districts can be redrawn to reflect partisan fairness and the requirements of the court's ruling while leaving surrounding districts intact, unquote. Finally, and perhaps most importantly, we urge you to work together as a group. Thank you, and go Lions.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is number 2.
Hello, my name is Delaney McDermott and I'm from South Lyon, Michigan. However, I am here on behalf of Access. I've worked at Access for nearly 3 years and an Arab American myself, and I want to keep my community of interests together. The Arab and other Middle Eastern and North African or MENA communities in Michigan live primarily in Dearborn, Dearborn Heights, West Detroit, Melvindale, as well as other cities such as Hamtramck, Sterling Heights, Flint, Livonia, and Canton, among others. The Arab American community in Michigan has many shared concerns, including labor conditions and discrimination, civil rights and equality, access to healthcare, culturally sensitive integrated health and social services, safe infrastructure, environmental justice, and immigration issues, and in addition to constant work of being accepted in American society. The Redistricting Commission has continued to marginalize our community by splitting our community of interest. Please consider the Access Community of Interest map C1510 as you redraft the House maps this week. This map was introduced in July of 2021, but if you need it, I believe that we can also submit that again. Thank you so much. I yield my time.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is number 3.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ruth Johnson. I have the pleasure of serving as the Public Policy Director for a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization called Community Development Advocates of Detroit. We affectionately call ourselves CDAD. We're a membership-oriented organization who've been around for over 25 years, serving as the leading voice of the community development sector here in Detroit. We have 200 members. They're block club, neighborhood associations, community development organizations, community development financial institutions. And I just want to say, very pleased to have this opportunity, but I think there's some improvements in terms of the community engagement and communications, as well as my willingness to work with the commission and the staff here who have been wonderful to make sure that people understand this opportunity. I think the registration process was confusing to me in terms of whether it was required for both physical and virtual, as well as public comment. In Detroit, we do have public comment cutoffs, very clear cutoffs, and it wasn't clear to me what that cutoff was. And I would hate for someone who has, just put out a fire, literally or figuratively, in their senior building to come down here and be told they cannot give public comment. I saw there were, Mr. Wood showed me the improvements in the website, but when I initially looked at it. So again, I reiterate my desire to work with you to provide greater non-digital communication and opportunities to be involved. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is number 4.
Good morning. My name is Russ Beland. I'm from Northeast Detroit, and I've been a Detroiter in my ancestry for a couple hundred years in this city. I thought there would be maps here that I could refer to, but there's nothing visual or written or displayed here about any of the maps. I did see two of them, and I want to be specifically, talk specifically my concerns about the map that shows in Northeast Detroit, the Farwell community linked to a very large area of Warren and isolated from its neighbors. Farwell is integrated in Northeast Detroit. We have a recreation center that serves areas way beyond the borders as defined in this one map. You had another map that had it more, the area reflecting the reality of more coherent integrated community. And so I realize there's complex calculations. I watched about an hour of a 7-hour video on how you were putting it together. I'm not insensitive to the complications, but and I don't like to be narrowly focused on one issue when it's a big complex picture, but I would like to see that Northeast area be more coherent and have common representation so that we don't have people from several counties representing our area. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is number 5.
Good morning. Blessings to everyone. My name is Cindy Stewart. I'm from the Livonia Bramlett Corporation, which is a nonprofit organization. We service the senior citizens, some autistic children, and people in the community of Detroit. I'm here because the people in my community are totally and completely confused about the redistricting situation because they think that we just did this not long ago, and they're totally confused, and I have no information to give them. And I thought when I got here that I'd be able to see a map or something so I could explain, but I didn't see anything. So I'm asking you guys to help us out. I'm willing to work with anybody who's willing to work with me to get the information out to the seniors and the people in my community who have no inkling of what's going on. My organization is in the 7 Mile Gratiot area, and we service all of Detroit and the suburbs. We give food, clothing, everything. And I try to give knowledge to the people in the area, but I have no information on the redistricting. Everybody's confused because they think that we're repeating the same thing over again. So if you could please help us out just a little bit. I thank you so much. Blessings.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is number 6.
Thank you for having me, Commission. Are y'all sick of doing this yet? It feels like just yesterday we were doing this 2 years ago. But like I do want to say that like despite these growing pains, that this process is way better than what we had with the sort of winners stacking the field in favor of themselves. The only ask I have for the commission today is that in your considerations for new maps, you do your best to keep House and Senate districts 1 as they are. These House and Senate districts house the largest Latinx population in the state, which is a community of interest. Keeping this together is absolutely essential to this marginalized community being represented here in the state. And I understand that changes are going to have to be made. So the only ask that I make is that if you do need to separate these districts in some way, that you focus on the northern portion of those districts, as that would keep that community of interest intact. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is number 7.
I just want to let folks know real quick, we do have a station set up in the back. If anyone wants to look at a map, they can, and then you can sign up to give a second public comment if you want, but they can help you look at any map that we have made so far.
Hello, my name is Tracy Pease, and I am the president of Allies Becoming Co-Conspirators for Justice. And for the second time this morning, I'm picking my jaw up off the floor because I'm here to speak to the Redistricting Commission and how many here identify as Black, Indigenous people of color. I don't see very much representation of the city of Detroit here in this commission. Now, the city of Detroit, make no mistake about it, was divided into little bitty pieces specifically to go ahead and dilute the power that the city of Detroit and that the Black community has. United we stand, divided we beg. That is the motto of the unions. And you went ahead and drew lines that went ahead, and not only did they lose what very little representation they had, 2 senators in the state Senate House, another 2 House of Representatives, state representatives that they lost. What are we so scared of that we don't want them unified? And what needs to be said is what you need to be very, very, very careful about is that they will stand united the only way they know how, and that is by not going to the polls and not voting Democratic. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is number 8. There, that's it. Okay. That concludes the in-person comments. Individuals who have signed up and indicated they would like to provide live or remote public commentary to the commission will now be allowed. I will call your name and our staff will unmute you. If you are on a computer, you will be prompted by the Zoom app to unmute your microphone and *6 to unmute. I will call on you by your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number. Also, please note that if you experience technical difficulties or audio issues, or we do not hear from you for 3 to 5 seconds, we will move on to the next person in line and then return to you after they are done speaking. If your audio still does not work, you can email redistricting@michigan.gov and we will help you troubleshoot so you can participate during the next public comment period at a later meeting. You will have 90 seconds to address the commission. Please conclude your remarks when you hear the timer. First in line for public comment is Ryan Reese. Please take a moment for our staff to unmute you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. It's trying to ask me to do something weird, so I'm just going to start talking quickly. Reverend Ryan Reese, House District 14. I want to again thank you very much for the time and the efforts that you put forward, and thank you as well for taking the time to hear our comment. I would ask that you continue to pay attention to everything that Dr. Hanley gave yesterday. It was an excellent presentation on the specific numeric needs that you have to keep in mind. As I've been saying since the first time that I spoke with you, we must be mindful of ways to ensure that African-American voters in the metro area, in my district and other neighboring districts, are able to depend on a fair and balanced redistricting so that their votes are not disenfranchised in the process. I would also ask that Dr. Hanley's presentation, which was supposed to be posted publicly, be made available on the website somewhere or where it is be informed to us. Otherwise, we risk the possibility of sleepwalking into partisan gerrymandering if we are not careful, and we need to be as careful as possible. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Ruth Johnson. Please allow a moment for our staff to unmute your line.
That person provided in-person public comment today.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Next in line is Charles Hodgman. Please allow a moment for our staff to unmute your line.
I'm Charles Hodgman from Kalamazoo. In 2022, the Economist Group, a respected organization that annually reports the Democracy Index, reported scores on 167 countries. 24 countries were rated as full democracies. The United States was rated as a flawed democracy, 30th on the list and in decline. This is because of state-level gerrymandering, an unrepresentative U.S. Senate, the Electoral College that allows the presidency to be won by the candidate with the fewest votes, and low voter participation. Michigan is now a prime example of a full democracy due to fair voting maps, thanks to MICRC, and expanded opportunities for early voting and vote by mail. When you draw new maps to comply with the Voting Rights Act, please keep partisan fairness as a top priority so that the party that receives the most votes wins the most seats. Limit changes as much as possible to the districts that are in violation. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is James Gallant. Please allow a moment for our staff to unmute you.
That participant is not present.
Next in line is Mia Robertson. Please allow a moment for our staff to unmute you.
Good morning. My name is Mia Robertson, and I serve as a voting rights manager at Michigan League of Conservation Voters. I'm also a resident of Roseville in the State House District 11, and I want to start by thanking the commissioners for your time and efforts during this redistricting procedures. I'm concerned that some commissioners are eager to expand beyond districts voided by the court. Sticking to the impacted districts identified by the court will ensure that Detroit voters have the opportunity to elect people to represent their communities without effects on multiple district boundaries. The commission needs to stay focused on the voided districts and avoid unnecessary disruption to surrounding districts. Please consider the maps uploaded to the public comment portal to make your jobs easier, especially those drawn by Detroiters and those with supporting documentation like the one from MSU's Institute of Public Policy and Social Research. I urge you to adopt these maps that meet the criteria outlined in our state constitution and cause minimal disruption to other districts. Please remember these public comments as you draw these lines, for we are the real citizens within the lines that you're drawing. Thank you so much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Azra Bazi. Please allow our staff a moment to unmute you.
Good morning. My name is Asra Bazzi, and I'm a resident of Canton, but called Dearborn home for 23 years. I'm here today representing Access, a community organization that I'm proud to be a part of. Thank you, commissioners, for providing this opportunity to address the concerns of my community regarding the redistricting process. Our region, being the largest concentration of Arab Americans in the country, plays a crucial role in the rich tapestry of our nation. However, our community of interest has faced disenfranchisement in the ongoing redistricting discussions. Our community of interest primarily resides in Dearborn, Dearborn Heights, West Detroit, Melvindale, and various other parts of Michigan, including Hamtramck, Sterling Heights, Flint, Livonia, Canton, Ferndale, Ypsilanti, and Ann Arbor. Keeping our community intact during the redistricting process is vital as it allows us to quantify its needs accurately. This unity also plays a crucial role in acquiring funding to support programs, contributing to the overall well-being and growth of our community. I stand in support of the Access Communities of Interest Map C1510, which aims to maintain the integrity of our communities. I urge the Commission to consider the importance of preserving our community of interest and supporting MAP C151. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Riley McDermott. Please allow our staff to unmute you.
Hello, my name is Riley, and I live in South Lyon, Michigan, and I am here on behalf of Access and my community. Our community of interest primarily lives in Dearborn, Dearborn Heights, West Detroit, and Melvindale, as well as other parts of Michigan, such as Hamtramck, Sterling Heights, Flint, Livonia, Canton, Ferndale, Ypsilanti, and Ann Arbor. Access supports my community by providing social and community services that are linguistically accessible to the communities that cannot be found anywhere else. The MENA community is already a socially and politically marginalized group that continues to be left out of the redistricting process. I urge you to continue your work by redrafting the House map and consider our community of interest map C1510 in the draft House map. The Commission will determine the representation that COI will have for the next 10 years and the generational impact it will have for our future. Take the time to redraw the House map. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Mohammed Fakid. Please allow our staff a moment to unmute you.
That participant is not present.
Next in line is Rory McGillen. Please allow our staff a moment to unmute you.
Hello, my name is Rory McGillen. I'm a resident of South Lyon, Michigan, and a longtime volunteer with the Access organization. I'm here today to voice support for the Arab American and MENA community, an already socially and politically marginalized group. In the past, these communities have been marginalized in the redistricting process, and we hope that with the onset of new federal programs designated to help these marginalized groups, that the maps of Michigan reflect these communities and so that they are able to take advantage of those programs. The Arab American and MENA communities have unique cultural and linguistic barriers to accessing federal programs, and they will need strong consideration to be able to close the gap in this coverage. I asked this commission to consider the Access Community Interest Map, C1510, which does provide equitable consideration to this community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Michaela Cox. Please allow our staff a moment to unmute you.
Good morning, commissioners and community members. My name is Michaela Cox, and I was born and raised in Pinckney, Michigan, and I've worked in Metro Detroit and Dearborn with the Arab community through Access for the past 6 years. And for the past 3 years, I live and call my home Detroit in the 13th district, nearby the neighborhoods that my mother and grandmother grew up. I am commenting today to ensure us a fair democracy and to uplift the representation and voices of the Arab community. I believe it is incredibly critical to keep the Access Communities of Interest, which is referred C1510 that was submitted in July of 2021, together, which are the Arab Americans and the Middle Eastern and North African communities. Metro Detroit is one of the largest and most diverse Arab American and Middle Eastern North African communities in the United States. Our community of interest primarily lives in Dearborn Heights, West Detroit, and Melvindale, as well as other parts of Michigan, such as Hamtramck, Sterling Heights, Flint, Livonia, Canton, Ferndale, Ypsilanti, and Ann Arbor. Arab Americans and more broadly MENA communities are severely undercounted in the US Census, making the process much more difficult for our community to demonstrate the size and needs of our community. For us to be considered in the redistricting process, US Census data is the only demographic data source used by the Commission. Without a fair count of our community in the US Census, we are constantly invisible and not factored into the redistricting process. The Commission will determine the representation.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Meredith Love. Please allow a moment for our staff to unmute you.
That participant is not present.
Thank you. Next in line is Alex McGuire. Please allow our staff a moment to unmute you.
Alex, oh, there you go. You're still muted.
I'm sorry, you guys gave me a weird button to press. Hi, my name is Alex McGuire. I'm connecting remotely from Sterling Heights. I'd like to thank the commission for all their hard work and their dedication to making the best possible maps for the state that we all love. As has been mentioned in previous meetings, the state's constitution ranks communities of interest higher than partisan fairness. And while that is true, that doesn't mean that the commission should draw their districts entirely based on that criteria. The process should be a give and take, with a willingness to compromise being paramount. As I've heard several times over the course of these meetings, the Lakeshore community of interest is significantly overrepresented if they get both a state house and a state senate seat. Moreover, I worry that lumping Grosse Pointe and St. Clair Shores together would not be good for the partisan fairness numbers Dr. Handley mentioned in yesterday's meeting. I want to say it was Vivian Sawicki who shared on Michigan Mapping some really good examples of other COIs in that area that would be useful to the commission in drawing lines for fairer districts in that area. Let me close by saying once more that the commission has the power to be selective with their COIs and balance them with partisan fairness. Thank you and have a great day.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Kyle Stefanski. Please allow our staff a moment to unmute you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So good morning. My name is Kyle Stefanski. I'm a resident of the city of Warren. First off, I want to thank the commission for the work that you all are doing. I know it's not easy work, but I want to make sure that you guys incorporate partisan fairness in your maps as you're redrawing them. As of right now, it appears that you've made some of your decisions based on municipal boundaries and compactness instead of partisan fairness. For example, the Lake St. Clair community of interest has their own state senate district, and it's not fair that the Lake St. Clair community of interest has their own house district too. Partisan fairness is greatly affected as a result of the Grosse Pointes and St. Clair Shores being part of the same district. Please follow the Constitution and ensure that partisan fairness is part of your redrawn maps. We, the people, voted for it, and it's what we expect. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Anthony Scannell. Please allow our staff a moment to unmute you.
That participant is not present.
Next in line is Chris Gilmer Hill. Please allow our staff a moment to unmute you.
Good morning. May I be heard?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Chris Gilmer Hill. I'm a lifelong resident of the Palmer Woods, Palmer Park area. I'd like to comment mostly on the I believe Lily map from yesterday, specifically to point out that I think that's the best draft that we have so far. So thank you to Commissioner Kellum in particular and everybody who provided input on that. I do think it does a much better job of reflecting most of the communities of interest throughout Metro Detroit, but it is still it doesn't reflect the communities of interest in my area in particular. It's still relying very heavily on 8 Mile, almost as a proxy for race, just relying on this vague idea that there are Black people on one side of 8 Mile and white people on the other side. And as a result, it's splitting up these communities of interest that I and several other commenters have told you about that do cross 8 Mile, places like South Warren, Oak Park, Royal Oak Township, and Ferndale. I know that the commission has been reluctant to cross that boundary, and I don't think that you should do it without consideration for communities of interest, but it does need to happen. I've submitted a proposal that I'm calling Tiger Lily in the public comment portal that I think does a good job of fixing those issues, as well as fixing partisan fairness with some limited tweaks elsewhere in the Metro Detroit area. And I would ask if possible that either be used as the basis for a new consensus map or as an independent submission sometime before Friday so that we can pass that along through analysis.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next is Caitlin Homage Kneeling. Please allow our staff a moment to unmute you.
Hello, thanks so much for hearing me. I'm Caitlin Homerich Kneeling. I live in Southwest Detroit in what's currently District 1, and I am a community organizer with We the People Michigan. I was a part of door knocking and campaigning in 2018 when Michigan voters voted by far to create this redistricting commission and for you all to impartially redraw maps. And I think it is one of the most exciting things that is giving democracy back to Michigan. So I was really proud of when we did this as a state and really proud of the work the Redistricting Commission did. And I'm really grateful to you all for on a really short turnaround trying to redo it right now. So I understand that you have a really tough job right now, and we're all really grateful that you're trying and hoping that you work together to create impartial maps again. Living in Southwest Detroit, I'm a parent of 2 toddlers. So schools and just like community identity, I guess, are what I bring as far as redrawing the maps. I believe you heard testimony last night from my friend Diego, as far as the district or the neighborhood of Southwest.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Robert Dindoffer. Please allow our staff a moment to unmute you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great. Hey, folks. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you all again. I've asked for a second comment as well because I have a few things to say and hopefully get across. And I think the first thing I wanted to point out is there are some folks from outside of my home area, which is the Lake St. Clair suburbs, who have a concern that if you put the Grosse Pointes and St. Clair Shores together, like they really, I think everyone believes ought to be just purely from a COI standpoint, that it would somehow impact partisan fairness. But I think there's a fundamental misconception. And I think the new analysis that your consultants have put out to you shows that on a seats votes basis, which is the most important measure of partisan fairness, that there is actually a little bit of bias in favor of the Democratic Party now following the 2022 elections under the new analysis. There are some other measures that go the other way. And if you have a competitive light blue seat on the lakeshore, it would not impact partisan fairness negatively. I don't believe it would actually change anything materially, but if it did, let's just say.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Sarah, do we have another in-person?
We do. We have two individuals who have indicated they'd like to provide a second public comment and 3 virtual participants. So we'll start with the in-person. Our first in-person public comment participant for the second round of public comment is Ruth Johnson.
Thank you for this opportunity to come before the Redistricting Commission. Again, my name is Ruth Johnson from CDAD, and I just wanted to get more clarity and be able to share information with my members and other community members in the city of Detroit regarding the timeline, especially what is the cutoff for providing public comment or submitting maps. But I still feel a lot more information needs to be provided in non-digital formats, such as at public libraries, community centers, public buildings, having maps. I think during the first round, of course, you had more time and more community partners, but still take advantage of organizations like CDAD and others to help you get this information out. There is a digital divide. I think even with the mapping, I'm not clear on how to submit. I'm not a map girl. I did take the AAA class, don't worry. But not everybody can do that, but they may have some concerns or some suggestions. I think there is confusion with the Detroit City Council redistricting. So I think it's important to distinguish it. I know that you have not created confusion, but there's just so much going on. Lastly, I would just be curious to know how many Detroiters have participated, whether in person, virtual, or providing comments or maps, because I think that's an indicator, internal metric that you can use to see how effective this has been. But more importantly, or as importantly, even after adopting maps, what is your plan to make sure that Detroiters know about these changes? Thank you.
Our second public comment participant for the second round is Tracy Pease.
Good morning. Besides being the president of ABC for Justice, I am also a senior organizer for Our Future Michigan in House District 27 in Wayne County. In 2022, first time in 40 years, the Democrats gained control. 93% of Black Michiganders voted for Whitmer, and 90% voted for state reps, Democrat. And what did they get? Nothing. They lost 2 of 5 Black senators and 2 out of 15 Black state reps. Now, I live in House District 8 in Hazel Park. I love my state rep. I think he's great. I helped him get elected. What I didn't get until this morning was that his constituents, the demographics, are made up of 90% Black. I live in Hazel Park. Can somebody tell me how my white state rep can represent 90% Black in Oakland County? He's an Oakland County state rep. How are you bringing Wayne County, the city of Detroit, into Oakland County? It's not fair. It's not fair.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, Commissioner Lang.
Through the chair to Executive Director Woods. Executive Director Woods, would you please provide the last speaker with information on our town hall meeting that's going to take place on Thursday? I think that might be useful tool that she could get out to members of her organization for more information.
Absolutely.
I'm just saying there's not enough time. Please help me get information out timely.
We have 3 virtual participants who have requested to speak for a second time. Our first participant is Robert Dindoffer.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hey, thank you.
Yes.
So what I wanted to say with my second comment is that not only would creating the Lakeshore District in the way I originally proposed it, or in a couple of the variations of the configuration of District 10, not negatively impact partisan fairness, but it would also concentrate and reflect the community of interest among those folks in these lakeshore suburbs that care about primarily the infrastructure issues related to the lake, protecting the lake. And for those commissioners who weren't here when I first started talking about this a couple years ago, a big part of it is the dumping of human waste into our lake, which shuts down parks. Just so you know, there's an actual issue that we all care about in these communities. And while I appreciate that Harper Woods does have some connections to Grosse Pointe because 2 of their precincts are in the Grosse Pointe Public Schools, they don't share that same aspect of the community of interest. But there are also a number of other aspects where they're a little bit different. And I'll just point out the tulip map reflects that one of the 2 precincts from Harper Woods is actually included in a configuration in District 10. I like it. But you know, in terms of being a renter community versus a homeowner community, the median age, whether people have cars or not.
Our second remote public comment participant for the second round is Ryan Reese.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Once again, thank you for the additional time. I appreciate the difficulty of going through the process the last day or so to get that set up. I would specifically add that the presentation Dr. Hanley made yesterday was supposed to be up on the website, not only for you as participants and it's of exceeding value to you, but also to us as public commentators. I would greatly appreciate it if that can be up as quickly as possible so that we can make use of the rubrics that she explained in helping to further clear up our concerns as we are attempting to promote partisan fairness and also the protection of COIs in the area. Thank you once again for your time, and I look forward to reading Dr. Hanley's presentation.
Our third and final public comment participant virtually for the second round is Alex McGuire.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Alex McGuire. I'm from Sterling Heights, Michigan. I'd like to thank the commission for giving me another opportunity to speak. I'd like to expand on my earlier comment. Vivian Sawicki suggested using school districts as communities of interest. That makes so much sense to me. These are areas that already have a common interest in seeing that their children's schools continue to succeed. I especially would like to bring up the unity within Grosse Pointe School District, South Lake School District, and St. Clair Shores School District. Thank you again for your hard work and have a great day.
That concludes our second round of public comment.
Please feel free to email public comments to the commission at redistricting@michigan.gov or submit public comments on the mapping portal off the commission's website at www.michigan.gov. We appreciate everyone who offers public comment in whatever way you choose and invite you to keep sharing your thoughts.
So next on our agenda is the mapping process by the commission. Without objection, we will start with the next commissioner in line, which is Rhonda Lang. Hearing
I'm
no
passing.
objections. Okay. Then next up is Steve Lett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. John, if I could have the map, which was provided to us from IPPSR.
Okay, I'll bring that up. I have a little explanation on that, which I'll go through as I bring the map up.
Thank you.
Okay, so the map that you sent me was, let's see, it was in the form of a shape file, which is generally good. But the shape file didn't align exactly with Autobound Edge. So what I did is I used the shape file as an overlay, and then I clicked in the map that you asked. So from the mapping point of view, what I did is I took the copy of the Hickory final, and then I overlaid the map that you sent, and I went through and I verified that all the districts that were outside of the Detroit metro area that you're focused on were the same as you'd expect they would be, and they were. And so I was able to focus on the areas that changed and then click those in. And then I also ran a check on the population totals of the map that you submitted to me with the map that I made in Autobound, and they were all the same exactly. So for our purposes, it should be basically identically, the map should be identical.
Okay, and what are we looking at on the screen right now?
Okay, so at the moment I have this titled Copy of Hickory Final with Equia changes, because I believe that was the name of the individual who sent the map to you.
That's correct.
Okay, so that's how I'm identifying it until you give it a new name, whether it's a collaborative map or it's a commissioner drafted map.
Well, we'll end up, hopefully it'll be a collaborative map, but the name I want to give it is Trillium.
Okay. One thing I'll do, I'll just let me pull up the shape file. Okay, so here it says polygon.shape, and that is the that should be the shape file that was sent.
And for the benefit of the public watching, if you would like to review this map, it was submitted in written public comment from January 17th. So on the website, michigan.gov/MICRC. If you go to the meeting notices and materials section under the January 17th meeting, it is included in written public comment. Thank you.
Okay, so the thick blue lines here are the shapefile lines. So again, I'm just showing you that the district boundaries on Autobound are aligning with the shapefile boundaries. And the only area where it may have been a little different are in these water blocks, which have zero population. So I'm going to turn off the shapefile now. Okay, so these water blocks were assigned to District 10, which is where the population from Belle Isle Park is, which is how the map was drafted. So that is basically correct, and that is contiguous from Autobound's perspective. So again, I'm just representing to you that this is the map that you sent, and I entered it in, and it is congruent, it is the same. So now I'm going to rename this Trillium.
Madam Chair, this is Kim Brace.
Yes, Mr. Brace.
This exchange points out a good point that I would like to raise with the commission. The various plans that you have created and have been created for you or given to you. One of the checks that we try to do after the plan is fairly settled is go through and double check to make sure that all the territory is assigned. That would include maybe little slivers that couldn't be seen as we were mapping and drawing and zooming. But it also does a cross check in terms of contiguity and completeness. And some of the plans that we've drawn early on in the process, those two steps have not gone through. And so I wanted to raise it with the commission that we would recommend that those two steps take place. The only issue that I have at that point in time is what do we call the plan then? Does it get a additional name of checked or something along the line so that you know that this indeed is something that has been a little bit altered for correcting anything, but nothing substantial on that side? That's the question for you.
Okay,
and how to treat
thanks.
that.
Mr. Morgan.
Yes, just to amplify what Kim was saying. So for example, if there's an unassigned block of 0 population and I make that edit, is that a new plan or am I revising the old plan? It's just a tiny difference, but we just want to acknowledge that it has been updated or changed. And again, we have not run those final checks on all of the plans that were drafted. We would want to do that before you would, pass anything final.
Well, just it would seem to me that as we do that, if we would, designate them FC final check.
Something like that seems
Yeah.
appropriate. Okay, so this is the map. Again, I just gave it today's date, version 1 for first map today, HD, House, Collaborative, and Trillium. I hope I spelled that correctly. TRILLIUM.
I believe so, but
All right.
I stand to be corrected by anybody else.
Okay, so this is the map. And let me know what you'd like to do with it. Again, this is as it is. I do have the original copy. So if you make changes and want to go back to something, we do have that original copy.
Okay, if we can make it a little larger.
Commissioner
On the
Zatella's
screen.
hand is up.
Who?
Commissioner
Yeah, I'm
Zatella.
just wondering, is he planning on making changes to this, or are we just importing Michigan State's map?
That's a question for me.
Yeah.
Right now, we're importing Michigan State's map. If the commission determines to make some changes, then that will be what the commission determines to do. Right now, I want to go through for the public. I'll make an assumption that commissioners may have looked at it, but we'll go through it and see what the changes, what was done here. So if we can have a little larger map.
I would say I do have an objection calling it collaborative at this point, because this is not a collaborative map. This is a map that was submitted.
I didn't say it was collaborative at this point. I said we may make it collaborative.
Steve, may I finish, please?
Thought you
Mr.
were.
Morgan just said he'd labeled it collaborative and asked if anybody had an objection. So right now it is labeled as being collaborative, but as you have indicated, it is not collaborative. So I am just noting that I have an objection to having it labeled as collaborative when it is not a collaborative map. This is a map that was wholly drawn by someone else and is being brought in.
John, if you would be so kind as to take collaborative off.
Okay, would you like your initials on it or?
That would be fine.
Okay, very good. Okay, the plan has been renamed with Commissioner Lett's initials on it.
Thank you.
Okay, to point out, the court has required changes to districts 1, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, and 14. Those districts in this map have in fact been changed to some extent. In addition, section 4, 9, and 13 have also been changed because of having made changes in the court-ordered districts. The idea behind this map was to affect only the court-ordered district changes limited as much as possible. At the same time, limiting the effect on other districts. And that is what this map shows. In addition, this map, if you look at it, shows, I believe, a better compactness of the districts than we had previously. If you look at District 10, which runs up to 8 Mile, and District 12, which is north of that, 10 formerly ran up into 12. It no longer does that. The communities of interest are shown on this map. And I'm sure that people will either agree that they're good or not agree, but the idea behind this map was, number one, obviously, to have the equal population. And if you look at the population numbers, we have an overall population deviation of 4.96. Is that correct, John?
Yes, so generally that would be plus or minus 2.5 within that range.
Thank you. So we have no glaring population deviations that are overly concerning. The districts are contiguous, and I've already spoken about compactness. I have not considered in reviewing this map any racial data. Race has not been a consideration of mine when I looked at this map for consideration by the commission. The districts, as far as I know, do not favor or disfavor an incumbent or a potential candidate. I certainly, in my drawing of maps previously and now in submitting this one, have not looked to see who the representative was. If you asked me, I wouldn't know. I would have to go look. We have this map, I believe, pays attention to county, city, and township boundaries as much as possible, and still coming up with maps that are population qualified. So that is the map that was presented by through Institute for Public Policy and Social Research. This map has been mentioned on more than one occasion this week by commentators who thought it should be considered. Thus, I am putting it in for our consideration and would be happy to answer any questions if I can.
I have a question. Could you scroll? Can we see the bottom part a little bit? And could we see this map with the neighborhood overlay?
Yes.
I think without the names would be okay. Just
Sure.
the outlines.
Excuse me, Commissioner Wagner has her hand up.
Oh, thank you, Commissioner Wagner. We can't hear you, Commissioner Wagner. If you're speaking, you're on mute.
Thank you. I apologize. Mouse didn't quite get it. Commissioner Lett, is this a map that you had any drawing in any of it, or is this just one you're bringing forward, please?
It is just one I am bringing forward.
Thank you.
Commissioner Zatella.
Were you still looking at the neighborhood map, Cynthia?
I am, yeah.
Okay, so just when you're done, I have a comment.
So my comment is there's just a few splits of neighborhoods, but it does a good job of keeping the neighborhoods whole. Thank you, John, for showing us that. Commissioner Zatella.
Yeah, John, I'm wondering, do you have that Detroit COIs shapefile that I sent out to you and Kim and Kent a day or two ago? I'm wondering if you can take off the Detroit neighborhoods map and apply that map. The one with just the
Just a mo-
9, it's like 9 districts.
Okay, just a moment. Let me confer with Kim.
Okay.
Yes, Commissioner, this is Mr. Brace. I have that on my machine. I'll need to export that and then get it over to John so he can put it on top of his.
While we're waiting for that, are there any other questions or comments about this map?
I
Commissioner
just have a
Wagner.
quick one. I have a quick one. This is Commissioner Wagner. Mr. Morgan, on number 10, right where you had your cursor on those green areas, are those supposed to be part of 10? I'm not.
That is the background map. So those are parks.
No, I'm okay. So I'm on the bottom of 10 there next to Belle
Here.
Isle. Are those parks as well on that side of 10?
Yes, so that is tracing, the neighborhood map is tracing the outline of Belle Isle, but it doesn't do anything with the water. So that's
Okay.
why there's a
Well,
difference.
it was just like that green rectangle right above that I was wondering about. So thank you.
Yeah, it's just park space on the underlying map. At some point, we can change the underlying map if it's helpful to visualize this.
Oh, no, that's fine. Thanks.
Anything else from anyone while they're working on that? Commissioner Eid.
Yeah, I'll just say I like this map. I think it does a good job of creating solutions for the problems that we're facing. It only changes 3 of the districts in addition to what the court told us that we have to redraw. But it also keeps a lot of the other districts that we've drawn already in a similar configuration to other maps. That District 1 is similar to a lot of the other downriver districts that we've drawn. We've had a lot of talk about having a downtown plus midtown area that happens in District 9. And then you have a few more districts that are wholly in the city of Detroit, such as District 8. And yeah, I think it does a good job. Do you want to take a pause for me to get that shape file from Mr. Brace?
Yes, but yes, go ahead and work on that.
Okay.
We won't require you to map while you're trying to work on that. We do break for lunch in a half an hour, so I hate to take a break right now, but Director Woods, would you be ready to? Oh, I see a hand by Mr. Fink, and then I wonder if you would be ready to present something. Okay, Mr. Fink.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I may have missed this and I apologize if I did, but it might make sense to run, now that the partisan fairness software is available to be run, it might make sense just while you're looking at this map to do that. And again, I apologize to Commissioner Lett if there was already a discussion of that, but perhaps that would make sense. Thanks.
There was not discussion of that yet. It's a good idea, and some other commissioners agree. However, we can't have them do that right now, can we? If they're busy.
I can. I just have to wait for Kim to send me the email, so I'll turn that back on.
Okay, then we can do that while we're waiting.
Okay, this will bring up the Excel spreadsheet with the partisan fairness information. And again, the idea here is that the partisan fairness is done after a plan is completed. This plan is complete. There are no holes in it, as Mr. Brace was saying yesterday. So I have this available to view.
Can you walk us through them?
Sure. If you're looking at the sort of top line numbers on the lopsided margins test, again, all of the information here has the partisan numbers and then the partisan percentages. And this is the composite number that Dr. Hanley was talking about. And this is the new one that includes the 2022 information. So on the lopsided margins test, it's 5.5.
And I have a question. We will get all of these partisan fairness numbers for all of the completed maps that we go through together in a spreadsheet?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Madam Chairman, I'm putting those into that spreadsheet, that master spreadsheet. And hopefully we'll have that for you for first thing after lunch.
Thank you.
Okay, so again, this first one is the top line number here is 5.5 on the lopsided margin test. The mean median difference. So the district median percentage, the mean and the difference is 2.4. And again, sorry, let me go back. So it's Republican 5.5%. The mean median is Republican 2.4. And on the efficiency gap, it's 3.1 for the Republican. And then on the seats vote ratio, it's positive 1.7 for the Democrats. The count of seats is 60 to 50.
Thank you. So while we're still waiting for that information to go over, Director Woods, do you have something to share with us?
Sure. Just a second. Let me pull it up. What I'm sharing is the budget as it was presented for fiscal year 2024. And this is the original budget. The original budget came with 25%. For those who may not be aware of, the Michigan Department of State General Fund General Purpose Budget for a legislative appropriation of $3,331,200. The commission voted $745,000 for salaries, $10,000 for travel costs, $33,000 for technology, $10,000 for 12 virtual meetings, $2,530,000 for consultants. That included litigation counsel, Baker Fink, local counsel, litigation counsel, Baker Hostetler, local counsel, Fink Bressick, line drawing, election data services, voters' rights consultants, which was federal compliance, and professional services, which is Insights 3, that assists with our financial reporting. We didn't have any advertising because we were only doing virtual meetings, and we had minimal office supplies for a total of $3,331,200. At our commission meeting in December, we were informed by the court that we had to pay the additional cost for special masters. As you know, we filed to stay with the Supreme Court, which was denied, but we still have an appeal. And as a result of pending litigation, we voted to ask for an additional $3,331,200 from the state legislature. For that proposed budget, which would include total amount of $6,662,400, we have $835,000 for salaries. This reflects the executive director being full-time. Our travel costs have increased, obviously, because of our court cases in Kalamazoo and our in-person meetings this week in Detroit. And we will also have a public hearing on the 15th. We will also have additional travel costs when we do the Senate maps, and not sure how many more court hearings or things that we have to attend. So that's bumped to $100,000. We have cell phones as well as Zoom. With the cell phones, we purchased 3 additional cell phones because we have new commissioners. But as a result of pending litigation, all of the cell phones that have been returned, whether they've been staff or commission, are on a litigation hold. And our approximate payment is about $50 per month to keep those phones on litigation hold. In addition, we have DTN support for our computers and cell phones. Plus, we had to purchase 3 additional computers for our new commissioners. So that's why it's at $55,000. We have $250,000. These are the costs to actually run the meeting. As you know, we're responsible for our closed caption costs, as well as the sign language interpretation, facility, AV, all of that represents those costs in addition to our virtual meetings. Our consultants, in terms of pricing, is $5,305,000, $4 million for the litigation counsel. This is Baker Hostetler. They're our lead in defending us at the federal or any potential state litigation. We have our local counsel. We have special masters. This is the estimate for the 2 that the court required us to pay. Thanks to Baker Hostetler, we were able to get an estimate of $160,000. So I times that by 2, but that was dealing with 9 districts. We're actually dealing with 11 districts. So we wanted to put some wiggle room in there for that. The line drawing is what we have here with election data services. That also includes the partisan fairness contract that they have with Lisa Hanley, just so we're clear on that. Voters' right, federal compliance has left us, but we do have a wall of separation with Baker Hostetler, and Mark Braden will be leading that out for the VRA. And so we have to have money to pay that. We also have legal fees, just in case there's a potential as relates to the notice to vacate proceedings, whether the commission however they decide to vote for it, yay or nay, we just have to have that built into the budget. So we have a cost allocation to cover that, the professional services. And then we have upcoming public hearings. You've heard the concerns of some of the citizens, and we have one for the House on the 15th and one for the Senate. And so that would be used $35,000 for each one to promote that. And then we have postage, copies, toner, what have you, those things of $22,400, which gets us to our total expenses of $6,662,400. If there's any questions, I can answer them at this time.
Commissioner Wagner.
I did have one question on that $90,000 for the staff salary. Edward, could you tell me exactly what that increase entailed? And
From
thank you.
part-time to full-time, and it also includes the fees that we pay Abacus.
Thank you.
Tella.
So I have a couple questions. What was the difference between the $50,000 legal fees versus the $5,000 professional services? What I didn't catch what those two things were for.
The professionals, the Insight 3 for the financial reporting. If you remember, we hired them before we went through our audit.
And what's the $50,000 legal fees?
That would be legal fees depending on whether or not the outcome of the notice to vacate proceedings.
So
If the
you're
commission-
anticipating legal fees of $50,000 related to the notice to vacate?
I'm not it's just a placeholder, Commissioner Zatella.
Okay. I also didn't see on here, and maybe you've just got it baked in someplace else, but my understanding is because the plaintiffs prevailed in their constitutional claims before the federal court, that they will be entitled to their attorney's fees and costs associated with the litigation as well, which I'm assuming is going to be significant. Do we have that baked in anywhere? Because if we don't, we should, because we're going to have to ask for that money at some point.
That's a good point. That is not currently in. Not showing whether or not that would actually be incurred for this year, because I am assuming if that is the case, there might be an appeal. And so did not see that happening in this particular fiscal year.
Any other questions for Director Woods? Do we need to take any action?
Oh,
for
you
you,
definitely
Director?
need to vote so I can file the letter with the state legislature.
One question
We
first,
have 2
please.
more questions from
Okay.
Commissioner Wagner, and Commissioner
see that.
Zatell's hands are up.
Okay, Commissioner Wagner, go ahead.
Go ahead, Commissioner Zatella. I think she had her hand up a hot second before me.
No, you were first. Go ahead.
Okay, dang, now I'm thinking. Oh, I hate when that happens. You're gonna have to go first, Rebecca. Maybe it'll come back to me.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if we should have a discussion about whether we want to continue with the Supreme Court appeal in light of the fact that the stay was denied. That's generally not taken as a good sign, particularly when the full court panel denies the stay instead of just a smaller subset. So have we considered that? Should we consider that?
That would be a decision for the commission. I just need to present the budget so I can get it approved so we can request this money. Commissioner Zatella for the legislature.
All right, well then I'm going to make a motion that we drop the appeal to the Michigan, or I'm sorry, not Michigan, U.S. Supreme Court.
Second.
Mr.
We have a motion and a second on the floor. And so for discussion, I'll turn it first to Mr. Fink.
Thank you.
Point of order.
Point of order.
Point of order.
Okay.
We're discussing the budget right now. We can discuss whether or not we want to go through with the appeal, but that is not on the agenda for today. I think it can be added to the agenda for the evening session if that is what has to happen, but given that it's not on the agenda for today, I don't think it's proper.
There's no evening session, first of all. Okay, so I think that would be a better use of time. We can add that to the agenda for tomorrow's meeting and we can go on continue.
Point of
talking about the budget.
clarification.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'm just confused with the point of order because it's saying that it wouldn't be appropriate to discuss it, but in the budget itself, it's talking about the financial aspect of this case and what it's going to cost us. So wouldn't that make it appropriate? I'm just asking.
For a point of order, the judgment, whether or not to sustain it or not, is left to the chair. I would note that the motion has been made and seconded, so it is currently before the commission, but if the chair rules it as out of order, then it would no longer be before the commission. Thank you.
So I'm going to rule that out of order and it can be added to tomorrow's agenda. Mr. Fink, did you still want to say something?
No, I was just gonna, note that it's, the issue before I don't want to sound redundant here. I was basically going to say, frankly, I think what Commissioner Eid said, which it's not on the agenda right now. Of course, the commission can decide how it wants to instruct the legal team to proceed. I will just note, there's nothing imminent right now. There's no work being done between today and tomorrow on the Supreme Court appeal. Of course, the Supreme Court denied the request for an emergency stay, and so we're just waiting what could be frankly quite a while to hear if the court's going to take up the appeal. And so there's no additional work being done between now and tomorrow or even, probably weeks out in terms of when the commission may want to take up this for a discussion. But I think it should be done through a more formal process, putting it on the agenda and as a regular agenda item. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Eid.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I motion we adopt the budget as presented.
So I actually had a hand up before Commissioner Eid, and I was actually just going to say, I don't think it's appropriate then to consider the budget because $4 million of that budget is for the Supreme Court case. So I would say that we should table any discussions on the budget until after we have this discussion about whether we're continuing the appeal.
I second the motion by Mr. Eid.
Oh, wow.
So we have a motion and a second to adopt this budget. Is there any discussion on that? Commissioner Wagner.
Oh my gosh. Well, I had finally remembered what I had forgotten before, but my whole thing before everybody threw the motions all on the table was how can we have a budget discussion if we don't know what plaintiff fees and everything are going to be, and how can we instruct you as to how much to actually ask legislature for? So if you want to continue, go ahead, but those are my thoughts.
Commissioner Zatella.
It's just the same point. We shouldn't be increasing our budget by $4 million over an appeal if we're going to consider possibly tomorrow not continuing that appeal. So I just think it's premature.
Madam Chairperson, I just really want to be very clear. If the commissioners take an opportunity and look at the tabs at the bottom, the first one is fiscal year 24 budget. The second one is.
I don't think you.
Am I on?
Screen. I don't.
I'm not sharing, but the budget was presented. I'm just saying, if you look at it on the left, it's fiscal year 24, and I can share my screen just for the benefit of the public. Let me know when you can see it. You have fiscal year 24, and you also have fiscal year 24 revised budget. And so I just really want to be clear, there was an insinuation that it increased by 4 million. The litigation council only increased from 2 million, 2.1 million to 4 million. So that's a 1.9 increase. There were other increases as well throughout the budget. That's why I utilized the budget with the tab function so that the commission could see what the original budget was and where the increase is. Just for the public's clarity and for everyone that's watching this presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Woods. Is there any other questions for Mr. Woods or any other discussion on the motion? Okay, seeing none.
Could we get a roll call, please?
Okay, roll call vote, please.
Certainly, Madam Chair.
One more thing, ma'am, just because we approve this budget and we find out we have additional expenditures, we do have a right to go back to the legislature because of pending litigation to get additional funds.
Mr. Fink, did you have something? You're on mute.
Yeah, I apologize. I just wanted to add one thing, which is, the litigation expenses are not just for the appeal, because there's still this pending case, in the district court. And so there's, going to be additional briefing, potentially additional hearings. And so there will be additional work required of the legal team, in the district court, whether or not the commission ultimately decides not to, whatever the commission's decision on continuing to pursue the appeal. And I just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification. Roll call vote, please.
Certainly, Madam Chair. Roll call vote is for the approval of the budget as presented by the Executive Director Woods for fiscal year 24 revised. A yes vote means that you're in approval of the motion, and a no vote means that you are not. I'll begin roll call. Janice Villette.
Yes.
Aaron Wagner.
No.
Richard Weiss.
Yes.
Elaine Andrade.
Yes.
Donna Callahan.
Yes.
Anthony Ede.
Yes.
Rhonda Lane.
No.
Steve Lett.
Yes.
Marcus Muldoon.
Yes.
Cynthia Orton.
Yes.
Rebecca Zatella.
No.
With a vote of 8 yes, 4 no, we pass. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, 8 yes to 3 no.
Thank you for the clarification.
Yes.
So the budget is approved, Mr. Woods. So at this time, it is nearly noon. Our lunch
Madam
break-
Chair.
Yes.
Mr. Fink had his hand up again, and also I had one comment, which I'll make now briefly.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to tell Commissioner Zatella I was able to upload those Detroit communities of interest. So after the lunch break, that's available.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Fink,
I just
think
left
your
my hand up, sorry.
Okay.
Thanks.
That's what I thought. Okay, so at this time, I would entertain a motion to recess for lunch.
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded that we recess for lunch until 1 o'clock is the time we'll come back. So is there any discussion on that? Okay, all in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
I,
Any opposed? Oh, thank you. Any opposed, raise your hand and say nay. The ayes have it, and we are recessed for lunch until 1 o'clock.
Check 1, 2, 1, 2. All right. Yep, just confirming we're feeding audio into Zoom. Thank you.
I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission back to order at 1:11 p.m. Will the secretary please call roll?
Certainly, Madam Chair. Commissioners, if you would please say present when I call your name. Aaron Wagner. Richard Weiss.
Present.
Elaine Andrade.
Present.
Donna Callahan.
Present.
Juanita Curry. Anthony Ede.
Present.
Brittany Kellum. Rhonda Lang.
Present.
Steve Lett.
Present.
Marcus Muldoon.
Present.
Cynthia Orton.
Present.
Rebecca Zatella.
Present.
Janice Villette.
Present.
You have 10 commissioners. Madam Chair, you have a forum.
Thank you very much.
You're
Ms. Young.
welcome.
So we will continue with our mapping process, and it's Commissioner Lett's turn.
We were looking at the partisan, I think we're up to looking at the partisan fairness for this. Is that ready to go?
Yes, just a moment. Okay, this is the partisan fairness report for the map designated as Trillium. So we went through this before. The lopsided margins, the overview top line number is 5.5.
We're not seeing anything.
Okay, just a moment. Okay, you can see this now?
Yes.
Okay, so on the, again, the lopsided margin test is 5.5 for Republican. The mean median test is 2.4 for Republican. The efficiency gap top line number is 3.1 for Republican. And the seats vote ratio is positive 1.7 for Democrat. And the seat counts 60 Democrat, 50 Republican.
And just for those, I guess, watching on YouTube or wherever, if we could again have a quick explanation of those. Yes, Commissioner, the lopsided margins calculation is based upon the average winning margin, which I think he's showing you on the screen. And the difference between those two, between the Democrats and Republicans, in terms of the average margin. And in this instance, the Republicans have the advantage, 5.6%. And on the mean medium, your difference is 2.5, and it's advantaging the Republicans on that side. And the efficiency gap, which looks at the wasted votes as a percent of the overall wasted votes, you have Democrats having more wasted votes than Republicans. And therefore, the Republicans are advantaged 3.1%. And on the seats votes ratio, you're looking at the vote share in terms of the seats, the overall, and the number of seats that are there, and then the seat share. So the 60 seats that are for the Democrats, that's 54.5% of all seats, and Democrats have a 1.7 advantage on that side. Thank you.
So can you give us how does this compare to the plan we're trying to replace?
Okay, so some of these is as I've been cutting and pasting from the various reports into the master that I've set up, you end up actually with the same numbers. So for example, I was just looking at seat votes between the Daisy and Lily and Rosebud plans. They're actually identical. Democrats would gain 60 seats, Republicans would gain 50 seats in each of those three plans.
Can we see that?
Yes. You got, let me see, let me have the. Okay. Sure that I'm in. I'm going to share with you the summary table so far. As I noted to you yesterday, it has the three plans that Lisa had reviewed, Dr. Hanley had reviewed initially, as well as the 2012 plan. Can you see those on the? And so what you have now, this one is on the seats vote ratio. So you see that the original plan with the 2020 data for Hickory was getting 57 seats for Democrats. Democrats on the left, Republicans on the right. Make this a little bit larger. Oops. There we go. So what you have, Democrats had in what you had created before, 57 seats in what was using the the data from 2022 added to the data set. They increased that again on the Hickory plan to 60 seats. And so what we've seen in the seats vote ratios, at least for these three plans that I've been able to put in for you so far, it's basically getting the same amount of seats votes as what was happening in the old plan on that side. The efficiency gap is kind of on a similar vein in terms of wasted votes and percent of wasted votes. There's not really any difference in that one compared to the 2022 version of Hickory. So you're ending up getting the same effect. And it may be that what we're looking at all statewide counts and all statewide districts, and we're really only changing a small amount on that side. So it may be that what we're seeing is the impact of all statewide numbers coming into play, as opposed to just the numbers in Wayne County, for example.
Could you just go back one slide or one tab?
The efficiency gap?
Yeah. Why on Daisy, there's not an X in the 2022 data row? Is that just a?
I'm sorry. Yep, it should have been. You're
Okay,
correct.
just
Yep.
making sure.
Yep. And the mean median difference, again, is very similar in all of these. There's a little bit of difference in the plan between Daisy and Lily, from 0.76 to 9.0 on the statewide mean. So you can see a little bit of shift from that side, but it's not enough shift to cause the number of seats changing. If you remember from the tabs before. And the lopsided margin, you're basically looking at the same thing. Daisy was a little bit less in terms of the advantage, 5.4 compared to the plans that you developed 2 years ago at 5.3. But moving into Lily and Rosebud, it's 5.6. And we will continue to cut and paste the spreadsheets for the other plans into this so that you'll have them all together. But just in doing that for the three plans so far, as I said, I'm not seeing a great deal of difference. We'll have to play around and see why that is, and I'll talk to Dr. Hanley. But it may be the fact that we're looking at statewide and statewide percentages for each district. When you've got, out of 110 seats, only 10 of them changing, you're not going to see that much impact from just those 10 changing, particularly in a city like, or in Detroit on that side. So it may be that looking at the election results for the individual seats, which is part of that, the spreadsheet at the bottom of the screen as you're drawing, you might be able to see more impact on that because you're going to be looking at the individual districts to see what it may impact on that side.
Charlotte?
I don't have anything else unless somebody has some questions. Certainly the email we received sets out everything in detail that was presented. If there are changes that we want to make, I certainly would be the time, I would think, and we can set this as the original and then move to one that we would manipulate, tweak, so to speak.
Right. And as we've seen here, we are date time stamping when the runs are done, so that if we're changing Lily, for example, we'll get a new run and that'll have a new line in it with a new runtime analysis time, date time stamp.
Okay, we have a few hands. So Commissioner Lang.
Yeah, when we're done with the partisan fairness, before break, we were going to do a community of interest overlay. Can we do that? I'm kind of curious to see how that works with this map.
Yes, I think John has brought that in.
Commissioner Zatella.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask to have the community of interest displayed on it.
Let us flip the machines,
Commissioner Andrade.
So
flip the
that
cord.
Daisy, one, at least the one that was uploaded that I just pulled down off the website, it's not complete. I mean, it's complete, but we're way out of. Yeah, we've got District 8 has 8.7% overpopulation. Daisy. Yes.
Mr. Morgan.
Yes, that was the one we were working on with Commissioner Eid, and we left that unfinished. We acknowledged at the time that that plan had those two districts out of alignment.
So the Daisy that's up there is not the Daisy that you're working
No,
on?
it is the same.
It is what we worked on, but it's not reflecting any further change. Because you still have what?
Two districts are out of balance.
Right.
That we left it that way at the end of the session
Right,
rather than
and-
come back and fix it. It would take about 10 minutes to fix
I guess
that.
my point is if we're running partisan fairness on, is it accurate?
That might have a potential, yes.
Commissioner Callahan.
So what is your turnaround? If we put a new map up there, like we just did the Trillium map and that hasn't had a partisan fairness run on it, if we do another map or change a map, what is the turnaround for you to run your analysis and put it in the spreadsheet so that we can see the impact?
To run the analysis, we can run it like this. It's immediate, as I showed last night. And John has it on his machine. He can run it too. So you can draw and we can run the analysis immediately. It'll create a spreadsheet. We then take that spreadsheet and cut and paste into that summary table, but the spreadsheet is there. So, it can be emailed to each of the commissioners or whatever you desire. Yeah, if you wanted to have those in that regard.
So what you're doing can technically be part of our mapping process. If somebody wants to make changes to a map and says, okay, show me updated partisan fairness, that's something you can do on the fly.
Yes, that's
Okay.
right. Yep.
And also, I'll just say, I believe if you download it to your machine in Autobound, you can also bring up the partisan fairness report.
Commissioner Eid.
Yeah, that's actually pretty much what we did last time. We would make small minor changes, run the data, see if it changed anything, and decide if we wanted to go with it or not. I also have a question. What is this overlay? Where did it come from that we're talking about now?
The overlay, Commissioner Satella sent it to me as communities of interest, COIs for Detroit. And so we brought it in and created the overlay, which you're seeing in green on top of this particular map, which is Tillian's that Commissioner Lett introduced this morning.
Who made it?
I
Who the plan or who named the overlay?
The overlay. I'm just wondering where
The overlay is we're calling it Detroit COIs, which is what Commissioner Satella had said it was. I pointed out to her when she sent it that it's only got 9 territories. It's not the entire city or anything like that. And she said, no, that's what it should be. So that's what we went.
Commissioner Zatella, were you saying something?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, that's exactly what this is. It's a community of interest map of those communities of interest that we had previously identified as a commission that we were trying to respect. And I just wanted to see this overlaid on this map to see what it is. And Kim, do you mind zooming in? Thank you very much. So that one community of interest that Kim just, John, are you controlling the cursor, Kim?
Yes,
John,
I'm controlling.
yeah, so that's the Latino community of interest that we had received public comment on. So it looks like that's split. The one below that, that is the Native American community of interest. That looks like it's split too. Can you pull up a little bit? Yeah, I'm not so concerned about Westland because that's kind of out of where we're looking right now. It looks like the Morningside is together, but that the Bengali is split. Dexter Linwood is still together, but the LGBTQ community of interest looks like it's split. And then that last one over between 16 and 17 is also split. And that's Rosedale, Grandmont, Minnock Park, that community of interest is also split. The gross points do appear to be together though. So I just find that I use it when I'm mapping because I find it's useful to kind of see where those communities of interest are that the commission agreed that we were going to try to preserve during our last map drawing process. And I just think this kind of illustrates this is kind of the issue with bringing in a map that someone on the outside drew because they aren't aware of what our communities of interest are and they're not going to respect them because they aren't aware of them. And so it just kind of, I think, shows that nicely. So that was just kind of the point to see, put this on this map so I can see what it splits and what it doesn't. And then I do have another point on the name. Our naming convention for individual maps is that they are not given the same naming convention as the collaborative maps, such as the Trillium. So this map name should just be changed to just the Steve Lett. It should not have a Trillium name until we start editing it and making changes. Thank you.
Commissioner Callahan.
I'm sorry. So Commissioner Zatella, you referred to this as the commission's community of interest. I'm a new commissioner, so I haven't been privy to all the discussions we've had, but does the commission as a whole agree that this is the agreed upon boundaries for the communities of interest that were previously drawn by you guys?
Yeah, we actually had a list that we were using during our last map drawing procedures, and these were the ones that were on the list. And we were checking all of our maps against this. Now, we didn't have this nice, pretty community of interest map that I created. We were just going to the portal and comparing what was sent to us. But this is, I just personally find this easier to have them all in one document and be able to see what we were looking at.
So if I poll the commission, would everybody agree that these are the boundaries for the communities of interest that we should all be working on?
No?
So it's, I'm just trying to figure out, where are we at with the agreement on this is the official communities of interest we're working and that's not there. Okay, thank you.
So
Commissioner, did you have your hand?
Which community of interest do you disagree with, Steve?
I disagree with all of them. I disagree with the concept that you said this is the official community of interest. And to my knowledge, we have never, ever had an official community of interest. In fact, if we go back and talk, I can remember Doug Clark saying, how do we define a community of interest? And we've never figured out how to define a community of interest other than generally speaking, looking at the maps and trying to do that. So no, I don't agree that this is something that the commission has settled on it, that these are a community of interest.
Okay, well, we did actually create a list when MC and I were chairing, and this was the list. So you can disagree with it, but I'd suggest I'll find you the transcript and I'll show you where we're talking about it, and maybe that'll convince you.
Feel free.
Commissioner Eid.
I think this is a pretty simple question. Who created this overlay?
I created it using the community of interest map submitted on the portal.
Can you repeat that? We didn't hear you.
I created it using the community of interest maps submitted to us on the portal. So P1206, C826, W9474, C1510. I believe that's an F3493. So it's just putting them all together in one place. But I mean, we can go one by one and look at the comment portal as well, if you'd prefer to do that. Again, this is really just, I find it convenient. If you don't find it convenient, or you, for whatever reason, choose to distrust that these communities of interest that we've spent 2 years talking about don't actually exist, that's fine. But for me, it is a useful check to look at this map and see whether it accommodates communities of interest that this commission has chosen in the past to prioritize as being ones we wanted to preserve.
Commissioner Lang, your hand's up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not familiar, I say it 100 times, I'm not familiar with the lines in Detroit, so I don't know how well they line up, these particular maps, but I can say in the past mapping experience, those were repeated comments that we had about communities of interest, and actually in our recent comments that we've had, we've heard about the Hispanic, we've heard about the Bengali, we've heard about the Lakeshore communities. So I understand there might be some bias going on, but these are actually communities of interest that have been spoken about repeatedly. So I think we should look at it from that aspect and not necessarily who drew it. Thank you.
Commissioner Lett.
Yeah, I'm gonna read what the preparer, Mr. Equa, said, is that almost every revised district boundary line in this proposal follows either a county boundary line dividing Wayne County from Macomb County, or a city boundary line, or for the district lines within the city of Detroit, a neighborhood boundary line according to the map neighborhoods that the city of Detroit's Department of Neighborhoods compiled, quote, in concert with community groups, close quote. This is arguably the best approximation to the map of communities in the city of Detroit, compiled by the very same communities that we seek to represent. That was what the preparer put in his description of how he arrived at those communities of interest. If there are no more questions, that completes my presentation. I would submit this on my behalf as a map, unless there's some changes that somebody wants to make. I would certainly be open to it, and we can make a copy to work on.
I do have one question, please.
Commissioner Commissioner Wagner.
Thank you. Commissioner Lett, I had, oh, crap, I hate this. I don't have a problem if you're gonna do that. Can we, since we haven't done any changes at all, and this is the what, IPSSR, I don't have my reading glasses on. If it's their map, can we make sure that we reference that with Commissioner Lett's name on it so the public can easily find it, please? And
My
thank-
initials are already on it.
However, theirs are not.
I stated at the top that it was the IPPSP. Certainly we can add that. I have no problem with that.
Thank you.
Okay.
It's just and thinking in terms of the public who's not watching right now, and they might be looking for that map, where to find it.
Mr. Morgan.
So you would like me to put some additional information on the name of this plan?
I would suggest simply putting in quotes the IPPSR after my initials.
And was there any change to the flower name?
No,
Okay.
Commissioner Zatella?
Yeah, I mean, the flower name needs to be dropped. It's an individual map. Our mapping procedures specifically dictates that individual maps do not use the same naming convention as collaborative maps. So it should not be named the Trillium. It should just be Steve's name and MSU IPPSR, whatever it is as well, if he wants to include that. That has
Commissioner Kellum.
always been our naming convention.
This is just more of a general comment, and again, a call to be more collaborative. If commissioners want to have, like, I named my map Lily. I don't think that that is a Michigan flower. I decided to name the map Lily. If Commissioner Lett wants to name his map Lawyer Lett Trillium, then he should be allowed to name the map whatever he wants to. I think that we're nitpicking. I think the other issue is that because commissioners don't trust each other, then we're no longer drawing in the spirit that we should be drawing. The communities of interest are the communities that have spoken in both written and public comment to describe their communities. There are commissioners that are a part, since we're focused on the Detroit and Metro Detroit area, there are commissioners that are a part of that community that unfortunately some of the individuals that on virtual do not trust those commissioners. And so now we're really drafting map after map after map, and we're disrespecting Detroit residents. We're disrespecting ourselves as professionals because we're no longer listening to the people that are from, these places, as well as able to speak to them. Coupled with, there are folks, Commissioner Lang, who have asked repeatedly for Commissioner Zatella to draw the maps and not seeking input from others. If we are going to have this complex where we are saving Detroit from commissioners that did not want to draw from Detroit, have not attended meetings in Detroit, have not visited Detroit, and don't frequent Detroit, this is not the way to do it. Apologize to Detroit as you publicly embarrass Detroit by not wanting to draw from them. You are not going to save them with these poor attempts to now defend Black people in Detroit. I'm quite sick of it, and we're not going to pull apart this process by nitpicking the name. So Commissioner Lett, Trillium is an outstanding name. Thank you.
Point of order.
I said what I needed to say, Commissioner Lang.
You go ahead. Point of order, please.
What's your point of order?
My point of order is I'm getting sick of the accusations that violate our rules of conduct. And don't tell me that I have disrespected anybody, because I have tried more to get more public input for the city of Detroit than I've seen from most commissioners.
They want
find
you
it
to
very
draw. They don't want the
insulting.
input. They want you
I
to draw,
need to
Commissioner
hear
Lang.
from them in order to draw.
You've been hearing from them for years. Just draw. Take your turn without input and draw, Commissioner Lang, and apologize to the citizens of Detroit.
I have nothing to
And we-
apologize for, and because you have a vendetta against me, Commissioner, oh, I'm done. I'm done. I'll shut it down. My apologies to whoever's listening. Apologies to everybody present.
Okay, we need to speak one at a time and not talk over each other. End of discussion on point.
Please show the mapping procedures, because this was something that was an issue previously. And like I said, this is what our mapping procedure says. It gives a specific, and this is kind of what annoys me, is that there's rules that apply to some people, but not others. Commissioners submitting a plan should utilize the following naming convention: the date, the version type, the district, and the initials of the individual submitter. Okay, that's our rules. That's what it says. That's what we've always followed. And it just gets a little annoying when we have rules that apply to some people and not to others. Commissioner Lett in particular didn't want people's individual maps having tree names. That's fine. That was his position in the past. We should follow the same procedure. I mean, the whole point of it was to distinguish between what we worked on collaboratively as a commission for the public between what individuals were submitting, because some commissioners felt there was a big difference on that. I personally have never seen the distinction, but whatever, that's our policy. That's what we've always done. So why should it be different now? Whatever, you guys are going to ultimately do what you want to do, but you know, I will also second what Rhonda was saying is there just seems to be a lot of unnecessary rhetorical comments and jabs and shade being thrown. And it's not frankly coming from the people who are virtual. I'll be very clear about that. Well, you know, Commissioner Wagner, Commissioner Lang, and I, we've actually had 3 complete maps done by Wednesday of last week because we came to our turns. We were ready to draw. We drew things, we got it done. And we've just been sitting here politely listening to the rest of you as you've worked on other maps that you want to work on. And that's been the consistent process. So it's not that we're not working, we've been working all along, which is why we now have actually at this point 4 full maps that we have worked on, starting with the 7 districts that we all drew together as a commission last week. And we turned those into full maps and we've just been letting you guys do your thing. I don't understand what the problem is and what the hostility is.
Commissioner Kellum.
Commissioner Zatella, I think respectfully, that's the point. As you've stated it in the spirit that which you were just speaking, it's more of a competition. It's not about who created what. I wish that you would use your brilliance and your expertise to help us draw rather than compare about what was drawn virtually and what's drawn in this space. And that's exactly what I'm talking about. The issue that is coming up with communities of interest, the issues and challenges that are coming up with names, that's not coming from inside of this room. And I'm not wishing to compare what's coming from inside of this room versus the virtual space. The hostility is coming from this idea, whether it's Commissioner Eid, whether it's naming maps, whether it's protocol. We get that you have this mindset that you know best and that we're peons. You stated that without saying those words, but what I'm doing is calling desperately for a spirit of collaboration and the nitpicking stop. So if the shoe fits, put it on twice and tie it up. But what I'm saying is we need to stop and work together. I don't wish to engage in any more discourse where we're going back and forth. I just want to draw the maps and do right by my fellow citizens of Detroit, in which I have lived forever. So if you all want to draw separately and vote things down and keep doing that, have fun. But I'm tired of it, and that's why I'm speaking out about it today.
But Brittany,
So
I want you to listen.
Point of order.
You're fine, Rebecca. I don't need a response.
Point
I
of
said what I
order.
said.
Again, so I get silence.
Point of order.
I get silence, thanks.
Point of order. We're done with this discussion. We're moving on, and it is now Commissioner Muldoon's turn. Mr. Morgan.
Yes, so before I close this map, I just wanted to get those initials again, if I could. Just one moment, let me get those initials correct. IPPS. Okay.
And John, you're not sharing your screen, just in case you didn't know.
Yeah, that's okay. I'm just typing those names. It'll just be a moment. Commissioner Muldoon, I'm ready.
Start with Trillium.
Okay, so we'll start with that and make a copy of it
Yeah,
for you to edit or do what you will. Okay, just a moment. Okay, and do you want me to give this a different name other than version 2? Okay,
I don't think, no, I
and
think,
again, it was IPPSR.
Version 2.
yeah.
Okay.
If we go in by south end of Detroit. Because,
Towards District 1 and 2.
Yeah. Right where 1 and 2 meet.
Commissioner, so this is the first time you and I have worked together in this forum, so I just will say what I'm trying to do here is show the population for the districts in the view. That's a common way to do this, so I don't have to scroll through 25 things. So if I zoom in to just District 2, this should update to just 1 and 2 and a little bit of 3. So it just shows you what's on the screen. All right,
Okay.
and that's the population,
So
and
we
then
could-
we can reference other things as you direct.
So we could. 1 and 2's population. Was.
One's just.
Yeah, so it'd be between 2 and 3.
Low. So you could take little out 1 and put it on 2.
Yeah. Let's,
You could look at River Rouge.
yeah, let's go into River Rouge and see if we can move a little bit of 1 into 2.
Okay, so you want to move a portion of District 1 into District 2 and
Yeah.
River Rouge?
I think we stay down by the river a little bit where it's more
Okay,
tied to E-course, I think.
and again, I can, if it helps, I can bring up the population totals of the individual precincts and also of the whole town, if that helps visualize things for you.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll do this so I can show you how this is done. So we go to the edit tools and there's a labeling convention, the labeling part of the menu. And so I've got, it has the name, but the names of the voting precincts won't mean that much to us. So I remove that and then apply it. So now this has the population of the voting precincts. And then up here on the menu, I'm going to select townships. And so when I do that, now it shows the total population for River Rouge Township is 7224. Ecorse City is 9305. And then again, I'll change my view back to precincts. So for example, this precinct, which is right on the border, is 1437. And the one maybe you were talking about on the river is 1734. And this is the population
Yeah,
difference between the
Let's
two.
move the 1403 over.
The 1437
No,
into District 2.
1403.
14.
A little bit farther off the water.
Right there. Okay, I
Yep.
think that's in the city of Detroit. Because the municipal boundary is this blue line
All right,
here.
now let's do the 1176.
Okay, got it. Again, just I'm explaining what I'm doing here. So I select the district. So you want to put that into District 2.
Correct.
And then I'm going to assign by the voting precinct. And now that's been added and it updates the population total. So now they're both within 1%. So again, that just shows you that it's closer in population equality.
And that's good. I just want to even out the population there. You can save it. Now does that get resaved as collaborative? now that we've narrowed that out? And can we open Lily?
Okay, so you want me to rename this?
Yeah, just change it to collaborative.
Okay.
And can you rerun the partisan fairness also, please? Sorry.
Yes, just a moment.
So a question, is this a different map than the original? I mean, I know it's just a small change, but is the original IPPSR maps out there and this is a separate version of it? Okay. Thank you.
Just one more moment. Okay, and then when this opens, you want me to run the partisan fairness on this plan? Yes.
Yes, please.
That was a good tweet.
That's in my home. That's in my home.
Is it your house?
No, my house is up for that. I have them.
We can look it up.
You can, I'll show you.
And again, I go through this very quickly, but let me slow this down just to give especially the new commissioners how this partisan fairness stuff is created. So in Autobound, I'll go back one. So what you do is you have these various menus. So we go to reports, run report. There's many different reports
Sorry,
we can
John,
run.
we can't see
Okay,
the menu
let's
because
share. Okay, is that better?
no, we can't see the menu because of the Zoom things blocking, so we don't see what you're
Okay.
actually clicking on.
Okay, one moment.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, I see now. Okay, let's try that again. All right, so run report. And then there's several reports you can run. The ones that we typically would run is the partisan fairness. And then sometimes people might, run another report off of this. But partisan fairness. And then we look here and there's many different options. But what we want to do is we pick the updated index, which is the 2022 data included. And so we pick the Democrat first. That's how the political scientists generally have the Democrat Party goes first and the Republican second. So we pick the updated Democrat index, and that's going to be the total votes for the Democratic races averaged, or not average, but that have been apportioned by year, as Dr. Hanley described. But it gives you a number as opposed to a percent. And then down here, the matching side of that is the updated index Republican. And you'll see right under here, it says updated index Republican percent. You don't want that because that's a percentage. So here we're using the raw numbers. So the updated Democrat index and the updated Republican. And then that provides the input for the partisan fairness report. And then it will take that information and export it into an Excel sheet. And the other thing I would say is Autobound will save this in the same folder where that plan resides. So whatever your default settings are for a plan, for example, the default will probably be into a data folder on your computer or on my computer here, and it'll be State House plan and the name of this plan. And under that, it will be this Excel sheet, which we can then export an email or whatever you need to do. So that's what happens here. And then again, Autobound not only creates this, but it opens it up immediately. So that's what we have here. So here are the top line numbers for this plan, partisan fairness for COL, Trillium, IPPSR. And so the first one is the lopsided margin that we discussed earlier. It's 5.5 for Republican. The mean median is 2.4 for Republican. The efficiency gap is 3.1. And the seats vote ratio is 1.7 advantage to the Democrats. And again, this is very much in line with the other plans that we've seen. They're generally pretty close.
Thank you. Then I want to look at Lily real quick. There's a spot that was unassigned. I don't know if it'll make any difference or not.
Okay, so we're going to reopen the Lilly plan and then you're going to make changes to it potentially.
There's one little spot not colored in 12.
Okay, very good. Okay, so I understand you're going to point out where the
Yeah, right where
area
the 12 is.
right here. Okay, so I'm going to do two things as we look at this. I'm going to zoom in and it will show you the population of the census blocks of that area. And then the other thing, I don't have to demonstrate this here, but I can say that we can run an analysis of the plan, which would do two things. It would identify that as not contiguous, and it would identify it as unassigned. So those are the checks that we would make. And since we've been drawing a lot here on the fly, we haven't been making those final checks. So I'll just say that we can do that. If you want to
Should we
direct
do
us to
that?
do that all the time, we can potentially do that, or on certain plans.
I think unless someone has a problem with it, we could just assign you to do that, make those cleanups on each plan that we work on. That's what we did before, I believe.
Yes, what I would say is here's an example, the plan that Commissioner Eid worked on last time, it ended up being out of population alignment. And so we knew that when we concluded and we did upload that. So if that would be a circumstance where I wouldn't want to make those changes because those are substantial. But if it's something like this, I would suggest that there are two ways to do this. If in my opinion or the team's opinion, these are fairly insubstantial changes, I can say these are the changes, make them and tell you what they are. Or if I say I found a problem, it's bigger than a minor change, I could not make the change and bring it to your attention if you like.
So we
That
should
would
do
be
that to
great.
this map.
Okay. Okay, so when we zoom in on these census blocks, you see there's all zero population. So for purposes of the report, it won't affect the partisan fairness. It won't affect the population counts. It's not going to have any impact on any of the statistics other than to correct this contiguity issue. And also you can see that it's basically right along the interstate. So we probably just missed this while we were drawing.
I would add that if we were running compactness scores, that kind of donut hole would make an impact. Because compactness scores are looking at parameters, and that would be an interior parameter to the district. And so compactness scores could be impacted by those little pieces.
Okay, and then after having said all that, it's relatively simple to select that whole area, which is already in 12, and then we're going to assign that to 12. And then that takes care of the whole. And then I will represent that I will run those analysis on this plan and other plans, certainly everything we do today moving forward, and then we'll go backwards and address those that are essentially complete plans, which I think is the gist of what you were saying.
Yeah.
Did you want to do any other adjustment?
No, I'm all
on
done.
this
Thank
plan? Okay.
You're all done. Okay. So next in line is me. I think I would like to see that plan, that same plan. I would really like to see changing the lake shore area. And I don't know if we want to make a copy and start over. Maybe that goes against what
So you're saying the Lilly plan or a different plan?
I think the Trillium plan.
Trillium plan. Okay.
I thought that was the one we were just fixing up.
Okay, so you want me to make a new copy of
I
this
think-
because you're going to make changes? to it?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so again, just to clarify this would probably be considered like a version 3 for today's work.
Okay.
Okay. And if you want to give it a different name at this point, you
No,
can.
I don't really care what the name is.
Got it.
Just,
Change it from sorry, might want to take that.
and after I get done, we'll see what to save it as. So in this plan, District 11. So I like this plan. I liked the compactness and that it worked really well with the neighborhoods. I know we've heard lots of conflicting comment about the Grosse Points and St. Clair Shores together. But I have an idea in my head of what I think the community of interest is, and I would like to see that on this type of a map and see if we can just do that and what it does to the scores. So if I can work on that. So I'm thinking, can you zoom in a little bit?
Yes, so the lakeshore area here, you have the Grosse Points, Harper Woods, and then you have St. Clair Shores up here in this district, and then you have 10 and 12 are around those.
Okay, so can we see the population totals for those districts? So 10 and 12 are a little low. Oh, sorry, that was 11 and 12. Okay, 11 is a little low. Okay. So first, will you put all of St. Clair Shores in there?
The entire township in District 11?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, let's see. St. Clair Shores might go into this District 62. So did you just mean the portion that's in 12?
For right now, yeah.
Okay. Sorry, that's locked. Let me unlock District 12. Okay, so this looks like all the territory, and then there's some water blocks here. Would you like me to include those at this point as well?
We can clean that up later, I
Clean
think.
it up later.
I think we could just give you the assignment to clean that up offline.
Yes. So that was about 11,000 people. And again, there's still some St. Clair Shore in another district, but that was the portion that was previously in District 12.
Okay. So we might want to add that in, but for right now, so put the rest of Harper Woods back with Harper Woods in 10.
In 10?
Yes.
Okay. Okay,
Okay, so. About this,
sorry, you said 10, not 12, because 12 was the one that was under.
I did say 10.
Okay,
So bring 10 okay, so 12 has too many, 10 doesn't have enough, so just,
no, that's the opposite.
okay.
12 is
12 has
under,
too
10
many.
is over.
Okay, so we need to move some from 10 to 12. Mm,
So the two adjacent areas, this is part of the city of Detroit and this is Harbor Woods.
Does anyone have any suggestions? Commissioner Eid?
Yeah, you could also move 12 west into 13 and then move 13 east into 10.
Oh, I like that.
It's kind of like the alternate versions that we have on Bergamot. One with St. Clair Shores being with Harper Woods and the other with, with Grosse Pointe being with Harper Woods versus Grosse Pointe being with St. Clair Shores. It's similar to that choice.
Okay, let me just look at this a second. Can you scroll in so I can see populations?
Okay, let me change to voting district populations.
yeah.
And then do you need the Detroit neighborhoods on or not?
Yes, please.
Okay,
But not the names, just the outline.
the boundaries, okay.
Too much information on there. I can't. Anthony, you want to help move those?
Yeah, I would just, so what you're trying to do, since 12 is low and 10 is high, and you're trying to use 13 to shift the population down into 10. So I would start by taking off those most northern precincts of 11 and putting them into 12.
Of 13? Okay. Yeah, that's 13. So these two are the most northerly.
Yeah, I'd start with maybe like those 6, like through 3, 4, 6, 2.
Okay,
And then on the other end, some of the neighborhoods that are.
Yeah.
okay, so these two so far, and then do you want to go to this one to the south, the 3180? Or do you want to go across the north?
I think go across first and then go south to make at least
And of course, I put them in 10, sorry.
You're allowed one mistake.
Just one. Okay, so if you add 5,000 and you could take out 25, that would be even, or you could split this or do something else.
Yeah, I think to the 5,000 into 12 and take out that 2514.
Okay, so now 12 is on population, 29 people off, and then you have 13 needs to get population and, I'm sorry, yeah, 13 is underpopulated and 10 is overpopulated, which is what you were expecting.
Yes. Okay. So. Okay, so yeah, where your cursor is, just those one at a time, I guess. So yeah, that one. And we'll just go down if we need to.
So that's about 9,000 people assigned that.
Yes. And then it looks like the whole next neighborhood can fit.
Okay.
So,
So that leaves 13 at a little 1.8 under 1,600, and then 10 is a little over.
so 10 is a little over.
Yeah, there's you could potentially take another. Yeah, this is 1727. That would probably work. 27 would take 10 to 0, and then if you add it to 2,700 to 13, that'd be 1,000 over, which is within toleration.
Okay, try that.
What if you put that 817 back into 12? That's up north. That way it doesn't shut out so far.
Where are you talking about?
On the northern edge of the district.
Oh, I see. It's more than
Oh, yeah,
817. Yeah, try, yeah, this one.
And then do you want me to, this voting precinct divided the neighborhood, so you want me to follow the neighborhood line in this case?
Yes, I do want you to follow the neighborhood line.
Okay.
And scroll out just a little bit.
Yeah, I
Oh,
just need to adjust this one here.
and okay, and then down just a little bit to the,
Thank you.
yes. Gotta figure out the direction. Where am I? Okay, so,
Sorry, let me finish this
oh
here.
yes, sorry. Sorry. Okay, so looks like the neighborhoods are all being reflected. Where? Commissioner Callahan says there's something in the purple district, a little sliver. Oh.
Oh, maybe that.
So you're getting closer. I don't know how to move your cursor.
Oh, sorry, I go ahead.
So we're looking between 13 and 9. There's just a little sliver right there that might not be in the right spot. She was pointing out, yeah. I don't know if I can't really tell where the line is supposed to be. But.
Okay, so what I think will happen here, I think that this is gonna be an entire block, so I'll click it without assigning it.
And does it have population, that little area? Do we know?
It does not.
Okay.
But I will, so this wants to go to, potentially go to 13. But that's the
Oh,
entire
right.
precinct, so,
Yeah,
yeah,
so leave it like it is.
okay.
Thank you for checking that out. Good eyes. Okay, so populations look good, except 11.
Except 11 is off by 2,500.
Okay, so and 12 can lose a little. So I need one, move one little thing. Move maybe the 924. What if
Okay.
you move that over to 11? Yeah, 11.
Sorry, to 11.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, so they're all within. I look at the top of District 11. Zoomed a little more in, please. Okay, I think I'm good with that for now.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the next page. I was explaining the green. So the green in that last precinct that we added in is just a park, right? Or green space.
Yes, this here.
Yeah, it's the same color as the District 12. So
And actually, let me just go ahead and just take 10 seconds to point this out. So when you have your Autobound open, you can change the district color on the fly for circumstances like this. So you go to manage districts and it brings up the list of all the districts. And in this case, we're talking about District 12, which happens to be green. So we'll quickly change the color of District 12 and we'll make it like a bright red or reddish. And sometimes you do this and it actually makes it worse because, for example, look up here, this 62 is similar to 12, but for what we're pointing out here, now you can clearly see the green is a park and not part of that district. So that's why that's just a quick example how you can change the colors.
okay, thank you very much. Okay, I think I'm good with that for now. Do we want to save it as something and run numbers on it? Is that what we want to do? Okay. Would we say it's a collaborative map at this point?
Yes.
Okay. So what is the naming convention? It's version 3, it's Trillium. Okay, yeah, I'm good with that.
Okay, so it's saved as this.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, I saved the plan and I closed it. Did you want me to do anything else at this time or not?
Would you run the partisan fairness on that map?
Okay, just a second.
And was that version 3? Okay.
Yeah, I called it version 3 because
That's good.
technically, this is the third map we've worked on today.
Okay.
Just for the provenance, that's
Okay.
what we would do. And we decided that in the sense the Lily map was a technical change rather than a whole new map. I think that's what we discussed. Sorry, it's a little slow at the moment. Okay, just a second. Let's try that again.
Would it be errors because we didn't assign the water?
I don't think so. I think I just need to maybe close the plan and open it again. I'm just going to close the plan and reopen it.
Okay, thank you. So while we're waiting on that, somebody asked me if I had stated why I was doing this. I think I did, but I will restate. One of the first communities of interest I remember hearing about was the Lake Shore with the 5 Grosse Points and St. Clair Shores. And I know we've heard lots of public input for that and lots of public input against that. So I just wanted to see this type of a map with that community of interest in there and see what it does to the numbers and see how it shapes up.
Okay, I'll share the screen again. I had to exit the Autobound and come back in. Okay, so we're back in the plan, and then I'll try to run the report again.
Thank you.
That's a much better result. Okay, so this is the partisan fairness for today's date, version 3, collaborative, Trillium, etc.
Okay.
So the top line numbers on the lopsided margin test is Republican 5.6. The mean median is Republican 2.9. The efficiency gap is Republican 3.1. And the seats vote ratio is Democrat 1.7, and the count of seats is 60 Democrat, 50 Republican.
Okay. I don't remember exactly the numbers before, but I think they were about the same.
I think so.
Commissioner Eid?
Efficiency gap and the proportionality metric are the same. Lopsided margins and mean median difference are up by like 0.01 or 0.1, so pretty much the same.
Well, I just thinking about the numbers, considering that the Hickory map that we passed was 0.5, but then with the new data added in, we're no longer seeing 0.5, we're seeing 1.7.
On the yes, on the seats vote ratio, the new 2022 data shows the proportionality bias 1.7 towards a Democrat, but the previous Hickory plan, the Hickory plan is also 1.7 on this metric towards the Democrats, but the pre-2022 partisan fairness was 0.5 towards the Republicans.
Right, okay. So it's very close.
This particular metric is the same as the Hickory plan using the 2022 updated numbers.
Okay, thank you. I'm done with my turn, so Commissioner Callahan.
Can we look at those maps, that map again and with the neighborhoods on it? And Commissioner Kellum, could you, you were working on the southwestern neighborhoods yesterday in your map. Does this maintain the same neighborhood boundaries you were working on for the Hispanic community? Mexican Town and there was a whole list of neighborhoods that they cited off that started at Mexico Town and went up north and up to 96, 94, Dearborn.
The ones from last night that the gentleman read out.
Are you just asking about that area?
I'd like to get your comment on that area and in District 8 as well.
Or just the overall, you can comment on all of it.
Sure, you can comment on all of it. Those are the ones I was going to ask Commissioner Eid and Commissioner Satella about the Dearborn community, because there's a lot of different ideas there as well. I'd just like to see what your opinions are.
So in order for me to comment on District 8, John, you'd have to go north so I can see it. I think for me, as I've said before, I think Commissioner Callahan, you started us off with an excellent exercise where you only try to you change the districts that we were required to change. I think the problem with that is it boxes Detroit in a way that does not allow us to creatively and accurately draw.
Yep.
I think it's sticking too close, really not even sticking too closely to the court's ruling. I think it's a misunderstanding of what the court meant. You change, you make Detroit better, like in layman's terms, and if inevitably you will have to adjust surrounding districts.
Right.
If you don't adjust the surrounding districts without anything too, willy-nilly, then you are going to still be sacrificing Detroit.
Okay.
I don't want us to play it safe because we're worried we're going to make a mistake. And we've already heard communities come out and say, we want this, we want that. Particularly like even on my turn, I want to edit Lily a little bit more to incorporate going into some of those Royal Oak places. So I can look at 8. Just in kind of scanning it, those neighborhoods are together for Mexican Town and Chatsacondon is right there in the center. Oh, why am I doing this and I have a screen right here? Yeah, so all that's together. It's just a matter of and then 8 is
Did
not,
you want-
is that
did you-
unassigned?
No, it's not unassigned. This is 8, but this is the plan that Commissioner Lett brought forward from the university. So it's,
That's what
Yeah.
Commissioner Callahan was asking me about,
Yes.
what I thought about 8. So the issue with 8 is it pulls in North Campo and Banglatown, and that separates it from a community in Hamtramck. So that would be misrepresenting that community of interest. In my opinion. I think 8 pulls in a little too much, but it's not the end of the world for Boston Edison and Piety Hill to be included into 8. I don't know how familiar we are with Detroit, but essentially you've included like the State Fair area with areas that are past Highland Park if you were going south on what we're headed towards downtown. So you're extending that into the old historic homes. So if you could just think about Highland Park as a municipality, you've crossed into several neighborhoods and slammed them together. So these are the consequences when you want to keep 5 and 6 the way that it is.
Yes.
That's what you're sacrificing.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is the discussion I want to hear.
Yeah.
Exactly what we're talking about right now. I want to look at a map we've got and say, why is it good? Why is it bad?
John has a polite hand raised.
I was just going to point out Commissioner Zatella has her hand raised.
Yeah,
Oh,
I was
sorry,
waiting
Commissioner.
for a break.
Sorry, Commissioner Zatella.
Go ahead, Commissioner Zatella.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the purpose behind this was to lock districts, but as Commissioner Callum just mentioned, that's where you create trade-offs. And particularly for Dearborn on this map, Dearborn is divided 3 ways. And we, in addition to, I don't think that's the right way to divide Dearborn because I think 2 districts at the most works for Dearborn. You also have over 100+ comments at this point from people of Arabic descent in the Dearborn area who have asked us not to divide Dearborn into 3 districts.
Okay. Any comments from anyone else on that area? Yeah.
Well, I'm of the opinion that districts 3 and 15 shouldn't be changed because they don't have to change. I think we've heard quite a lot about Melvindale being within the community of interest, and I think we actually drew these 3 districts correctly the first time around. But we have plans that do change 3 by moving Melvindale out of 3 into 2 and replacing that with the rest of Dearborn, which I also think is okay, but I do not think 15 should be changed. And I think that that is actually what represents the comments that we're seeing. So, it's trade-offs. It just depends what you want to do. I think this current configuration is fine for the area. I also think the configuration in Lily and Bergamot are fine for the area.
Okay. And the other one that we get a lot of comments about, I want to take a look at is the Ferndale Palmer Woods. And Royal Oak Park. So what's going on with those districts?
So as we pointed out earlier, 5 and 6 were not changed at all. And Commissioner Kellum referenced that and Commissioner Lett did as well.
Yeah, that would be the problem. Okay.
I just have a carrying voice. So in order for those communities, for instance, in Ferndale, there's a place called Affirmations that is a safe space for the LGBTQIA community, right? And so there is also a blossoming and robust community that is on in Palmer Park, in the Palmer Park area, not to be confused with Palmer Woods, but yeah. So what they're saying is there is an area, not Royal Oak, but Oak Park and Royal Oak Township and Ferndale could be included with areas of Palmer Park, Palmer Woods, that northern part of District 8. Those could be blended together. Both because, again, like I've said before, it's not saying, and you've heard people comment, it's not saying that that community takes up all of those areas, but there are important connections that they would like to maintain, and I would imagine possibly build by merging. But I also agree that that whole crossing 8 Mile, this piece about District 8, it's not to be confused that it is like the hub for all the African American community or for the COI. So to be careful not to use that as the center for how all the other COIs, the districts are drawn. Does that make sense? Okay.
So I have a question. If we think that there's a little work that could be done on this map does it seem like a little work to turn this map into something that would make sense?
So
According to you?
Here's a friendly question. What is the connection to this map? Like the need to turn this map into something?
I don't know. I'm just wondering. I'm just wondering if,
I mean,
as we work on maps, I'm just wondering how close are we to getting something that we think works?
so I think Lily, you could start there because it did not have 5 and 6 locked. It changes other districts only as it pertained to the districts that were in violation. And you will have less work because yesterday and before I worked very hard with you all's input with District 8. It allowed for Commissioner Muldoon to impact how the Lincoln Park area is drawn. I think it had a little bit of everything. And then it did not, it kind of satisfies the miserable spot of everything is not wholesale change. So I think if we start there, not because I named the map Lily, I don't care. It could be the I don't care map. I think you'll have more freedom. If you start here, you're starting the process of tweaking and tweaking and tweaking and tweaking and tweaking. And I echo the sentiment of like, what are we, if it's a collaborative process, we should take the best out of the maps that we know that we've done the best in here, but also because as I was talking to commenters yesterday, they want a map where they see themselves. And I think in areas where the Detroit commissioners have spoken up, the Dearborn commissioners have spoken up, and you all are able to add value because you've listened to the communities and now you're starting to really understand what Detroit looks like, I think that's ultimately going to be the best map. I think if we continue to work on the map that's the least change because of these 5 and 6 areas, I think we're going to be lost in the weeds forever. We're going to have 12 maps, and that's going to be very confusing because the public is not watching and following how, yeah. if you go and look at comments, there's not even like a lot of comments yet. So yeah, that would be my opinion on this map. But I feel bad because I like Commissioner Let and I like Trillium's a cool name. So
I'm sure he'd let you borrow it. Commissioner E.
Well, we don't need to decide that now, right? It's a full map now. This one, like this is a version that doesn't change 5 and 6. And that's okay. We have other versions that do. So
we also have like 5,000 versions that don't like.
yeah.
We have to admit that we have to change 5 and 6. It's okay to let go of something that's not working. Because I think what has happened here is we've given so much time and explanation, like we've shown ourselves and the public why 5 and 6 is not working, which also gives someone that could be questioning why we changed it. That's so much fodder that explains
That's the
verbally.
point.
So it's like,
Yes.
we have to undo our feel bad.
A lot of the exercise I did earlier on was to try to make sure we have a record that shows we were methodical about moving through and deciding what is reasonable and what to get to a good result. And we've tried and tried with 5 and 6, and I'm not sure we have a good result yet. And I don't think at this point in time that I have come to believe that we're not going to get one. So I'm ready to let that one go and move on to something else. That would just be my opinion. So this is a perfect exercise for me to understand which maps to be in forward of pushing forward and which ones we should stop.
But I agree that this map is one iteration. We're not gonna, yeah, and we're not gonna give them all the same map at the end. So I'd like to work on Lily next and keep this one with the few minor changes we've had. As one of them, we run all the partisan fairness and everything else, but I agree. Let's move on to Lily and try and do the same process with Lily, you know, because that one has changes, correct? Commissioner Cullen.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
has,
Yeah, that's the one that you tried to change 5 and.
yes, Lily has the districts that were in violation changed. And it has 4, 9, 13, 1, 3, and 5, 6 to accommodate for the districts that were in violation, but we can pull it up and.
Yeah, and
look
I
at it if
believe
you-
it was really close on population, so just a little bit of tweaking that you want to do to it would be great.
Okay. It's not my turn, but okay.
Still my turn. Commissioner Ede.
What's nice is both Lily and Bergamot change the same number of districts.
Mhm.
So that's something to keep in mind. And I'll just say for this map, I do like what Cynthia did as far as creating that Lakeshore COI if it doesn't negatively impact partisan fairness.
Can you go to the top of 11 just so I can see what that looks like? Okay. I call it the elbow.
Okay, well, I'm good with this. In my mind, we complete several maps, give them the flower names and send them on to be VRA tested at the end of the week. So
Yeah.
I'm happy with this one. You could close the, oh, sorry, Commissioner Lett.
Let's take a break. We've been at it for 2 hours.
Okay, we will take a break after we close this map and give it its little name. I think at this point, maybe we can take off the initials at the end. Is everyone okay with that? All right, no one cares.
So would you like this to just retain the version 3?
Yes.
But take off the name? Okay.
Yes.
The initials. Okay, got it.
Yes, thank you. Okay, we've had a request for a break, so we will take a 10-minute break. We will come back, a 9-minute break. We will come back at 3:05.
Time's up. We're getting ready to start. I don't care.
I call this meeting back to order. It is now Commissioner Zatella's turn to map.
Hi, guys. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. So John, if you could pull up the rosebud, please, I would appreciate it.
Okay, just a moment. Okay, Commissioner Zatella, so I believe this has an older date on it, but this should be the correct one. It's 1824 version 3 collaborative rosebud.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna make one really technical change to this and then we're gonna save it as a new version. So up in the south field area, which is kind of the brighter yellow there next to the brown, there's an area called Lathrop Village, which currently has a precinct split out of it. I want to put that back into the yellow district and take
for 18. Okay, sorry,
Yep.
you said yellow district, so is it 18 is the
Yep,
district?
18.
Okay, and you say you will be saving this as a new plan. So if I could I make a copy of this and then make the change?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Could you name the new plan the sunflower?
Sure, just a second. Okay, so I'm just putting internally, I just have this as the old name. And then what we'll do is it gets today's date, which is 24. And then it would be version 4 because it's the 4th map of the day. And then you want sunflower, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so District 18.
Yep. So you see that little jut out? That's Lathrop Village. That's currently cut in half. And so I want to put
here.
Nope, farther up north. Nope, go to the left/west. Oh.
Okay, one sec. That's okay. I'm putting on the townships just for a sec for my reference.
Yep. So you see that little bit of green that's in the upper right above where your cursor is, that little bit of green. Yep.
District 6 here.
Yep. So that should be Lathrop Village. And
Okay,
I want,
do you want the whole precinct here?
yeah,
Or
so I want 18 and then I want to grab another precinct to the right. To just balance that out. So we're not splitting that community.
Okay, so this one here is going into 18.
Yes.
And I put the pop on, so if you want to, while I'm quickly changing this, if you have a candidate or two for swapping.
Yep.
Okay, and let me bring the the district summary into view.
Yep, so that precinct that's currently in yellow, that's 1890, that was the one I was gonna pop back in. Right there, put it into 6.
Sorry, 1890 into
Yep.
6. Right here, got it.
Yep.
Okay.
All right. Stop. And then I need you to go zoom back out, and I want you to open up that Detroit community of interest map that we had used earlier.
Okay. So this plan, it's not in there, so I just have to find it. It'll just take a sec.
Okay.
That should be it. I believe this is it, yes?
Yeah, so I just want to fix in 9, I want to fix that precinct that isn't completing that community of interest there. Yep, so put that into 9.
Okay, do you want to follow the community of interest boundary or the precinct boundaries first?
Please.
Okay, into 9. Okay.
Okay.
Let's see,
And then
I
it-
think they're both balanced, so yeah, you're good.
Yep, can you zoom out? So I want to go over to the, oops, a little too much, to 16, 5, and 4. You see that community of interest there? That's the Rosedale Gardens Minnick Park, Grandmont. So what I want to do is I want to take all of that and put it into 16. And then we're going to have to shift 4 and 5 a little bit to make up for that change.
Okay,
And again,
so
when
again,
I select
I'll take
my,
follow the precincts, right?
yep, follow the precincts. That's what I was just going to say.
Okay. Got it, I'm with you. So I'm going to add this and then take that back out if that's all right.
Yeah, or you can just leave it in 16. That's fine.
Okay, let's see what it does and then adjust if we need to. Of course, I put it in a 9. Okay, it's in 16, and so you are 10% over in 16, and then 4 is 7.5 under.
So if you could
Sorry, it also affected 5 as well.
Yep. So if you could zoom out a little bit so I can see a little better. Okay, so what I want to do is for 5, I want to, on the western border of 5, I want to grab those precincts along there to rebalance out the population between 5 and 16. Well, actually just take population out of 16 at this point. So what is 16 over by? 9,000?
Yeah, 90, almost 10,000.
Okay, so let's just go along there and grab those precincts until we get to
Okay.
just about 10,000.
So hang on, let me undo this. So this is a trick that sometimes works now that I've got this set up. So I can do the selection box and then it's going to show me, it hasn't assigned it yet, but it keeps track of the pop there.
Pop, yep, exactly. I use that all the time too.
Yeah, well, mine was disabled, so I got it re-enabled. Now I'm happy. Okay, so
Just saves you time, that's all.
Yeah, exactly. Continue.
Yep.
Okay. North, middle, or south?
I'd grab that north population.
Okay.
So what are we at now? 8,500.
8,500.
So let's
Yeah, so,
let's do the
so we assign
13.
that first. Okay, 1302 and then assign
Yep.
it.
And then assign
Okay.
it.
Okay, you should be within toleration now. Yeah, well, I did the same problem, same thing I did before. Some programs I use, you don't have to select the district you put it into, you just use the pointer to do that, which
Yep.
sometimes I prefer that. But we work with the tools we have. 1302, and now it should give you what you want. Okay, so you're right on the money on 16, and then you need to balance 4 and 5.
Yep, so we're gonna do the same thing on the border between 4 and 5. We're just gonna take some of those precincts and just go ahead and put them into 4.
Okay. All right, so starting here or starting here?
Let's start on the western edge right there, yep.
Okay.
And we're looking for about 7,000, so.
Okay, do you want to continue along the southern border or go north?
I would just assign that right now and let's see how much that is. And then I think we're
Sure.
gonna need a little more too.
Yeah, you just need a little more. So you got 14. If you do all of those, it would be about right.
Let's go ahead and do that.
Okay, that should be about 3,000. 3,700. Then you need 31. You'll be 600. So you're fine. Okay.
Okay, so then if you just scroll out, that should be good. If
Okay,
you
I'm
could
gonna
just,
save the plan
Yep.
and scroll out.
that's what I was just gonna say, save the plan, and if you could, we're now gonna rename it.
Oh, I did rename it already, Sunflower.
No, I want to do a separate one because I want to change the Harper Woods as well, and I want it to be a separate plan. So we have like 2
Got it.
options.
So I'm gonna exit and rename. Okay.
Yep. So just save, exit, rename.
Commissioner Zatella, do you mind going district by district and saying why and what you've changed so I can make note of it, please? If this is in the the current sunflower map.
I'm sorry, 1 second, please. So you want the districts I changed? Is that what you're asking?
Yep, and what's different about them as it pertains to area and COI?
So as you saw, I shifted Hamtramck just to complete that community of interest. And then for District 16, 5, and 4, I'm just trying to preserve that Rosedale community of interest that we had received comments about, to put them all back together because they were actually split into 3 different districts.
And when you say preserve Hamtramck in District 9, what do you mean by that?
The Bengali community of interest.
And do you have like a street marker or a major street or something that you use to guide that?
I use the community of interest map that I mentioned earlier.
Okay, so Sunflower focuses on the Rosedale, putting it back together because it was split, Hamtramck, preserving the Bengali community, and the changes outlined in green came from the map ID numbers pulled from the website that you are stating is a community interest map. Do I have that right?
That's what the community identified as a community of interest. Yes, the Bengali community.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, and you wanted to add a name to this map, which it would be version 5 because it's the 5th map of the day.
Yeah, we're gonna call this one the Marigold. And I'm sorry, I meant to have you run partisan fairness, but as soon as you rename it, you can just go ahead and do that so we can see how it changes with the changes I'm gonna make.
Okay, actually, it would be better to go back to the original plan because it saves it in the folder with the plan. So.
That's fine, that's fine.
Is that okay? All right, just a second.
Whichever is
Actually,
easier.
I'm still in Sunflower here, I think, so it should work.
Okay.
And just to be clear, you want the updated partisan index, correct?
Yes, please.
Okay. Okay, do you want me to review the top line numbers or just save it?
If you could just announce what they are. So lopsided, it looks like it's 5.6.
Yeah, Republican 5.6 on lopsided margin. The mean
Okay.
median difference is Republican 2.5.
Huh?
The efficiency gap is Republican 3.1. And the seats vote ratio, which I can't seem to move. There it is. Okay, so it's positive 1.7 for the Democrats, 60 to 50.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for all the occasional noise in the background. I'm doing a school pickup, so it's a little crazy.
Sorry, I tried to read it. I didn't like that, so excuse me.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, John?
Yeah, I just had to rename it and I didn't like the rename, so it just takes a second.
Okay. Did you spell it MERR? Just curious.
Yeah, is that incorrect?
Yeah, it's MAR. That's okay though.
Sorry about that.
It's all right, no worries.
That'll give me an opportunity to rename it correctly. Okay, it should be ready.
Okay, so we're just gonna go back up to that kind of Harper Woods, Grosse Pointe Shores area. Yep, between 10 and 12. And for this map, I want to create that alternative district where we have Harper Woods put into 12.
Okay, so all of Harper Woods is 12.
Yes.
Okay.
And for some reason, I'm getting like an echo with you now all of a sudden.
I know. I don't know. I just
Okay.
testing.
That's better.
Okay, now it's okay. Check.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, all of Harper Woods into 12.
Yes, please.
Okay,
Okay, so if you scroll up, those green precincts that are part of 12 that are west of East Point, you're gonna put those into, I believe it's 13.
okay, so these 4, 5, 6-ish
Yep.
to the west of East Point into 13.
Exactly.
Okay.
So is 12 back to correct population?
Yes, 12 is okay as is. And then 10 and 13 are off.
Yep, so you're gonna
So-
grab those precincts right that your mouse is right above and put them into 10.
Okay. Okay, so that leaves 10 at negative 2.7.
Yep, it's just a hair over, but I'm not really concerned about that. So if you could just save this and run partisan fairness, I will be done.
Okay. Sorry, when you said recreate that other district, did you mean that, whoops, I'm muted. Testing, hello?
I could hear you. I could hear you.
Sorry, it said I was muted, but I wasn't. When you say recreate the district, did you mean exactly or just close to it?
I think this is within deviation, so I think we're good.
Well, if it's 2.5, then it's outside, but if that doesn't, if you don't.
Yeah, I would rather keep those precincts intact rather than kind of
Okay.
chip away at them just to hit
Sure.
deviation.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
I
I'm
know
gonna
it's
say
a little over.
save the
It's
plan. Okay, just a second. Okay, and now run the partisan fairness.
yes, please.
Okay, and did you want to review these or just save it?
If you could just read off what the values are. I see we've got 6.1 for the lopsided
Yeah.
margin.
6.1 for the lopsided margin towards the Republican. The mean median is 2.9 towards Republican. The efficiency gap is 4.2 towards Republican.
Okay.
And the seats vote ratio is 0.08 towards the Democrat. The seat count is 59 Democrat to 51 Republican.
Okay, thank you very much. That concludes my turn.
Okay.
Okay. So next to map is Janice Follett.
I pass.
Okay, then Aaron Wagner. You're muted, Aaron.
Ah, I swear I keep unmuting that dumb button. What maps do we have that are close to being ready to present to the public that are not quite there yet?
Mr. Morgan.
Commissioner Eid was working on one plan that was needed to adjust two districts that were not contiguous. So it would take, maybe 10 or 15 minutes to get through that tops. That one was very close to finishing, in my opinion.
Can you go ahead and pull that one up then too, please, John?
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Eid, did we give that a flower name or maybe? I think we did. Check.
Let's see, I can see.
Yeah, I think it is Daisy. Okay, Commissioner Wagner, I'm going to open the plan and confirm that it is what we think it is. And then if you want to make the changes, we would give it today's date, a number, and potentially keep the same flower name if you like.
Wasn't there some discrepancy over the Daisy plan earlier? And if somebody could refresh my memory, what that was, I don't recall. I think it was when Brittany was, we brought up the Daisy. So go ahead and Commissioner Eid, if this is the plan you were working on yesterday, please feel free to jump in and help with it.
And I believe this was one where Commissioner Eid was trying to make the point of not drawing outside the specific districts the court had named.
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay. Okay, and just to point out, so at this point, District 8, which is over here, is over by 8,000 votes, and then
And we have to work
District 10
7 into 10, is it 8 into 10?
Well, no, 10 is the one that's underpopulated. So we basically would have to pass the population.
Through many districts.
Yeah, and if you follow Commissioner Ead's mandate that he chose, which was to not really affect the districts that were not named by the court, then you would have to basically do the population around through District 1 to 8 and 10. So it would involve 3 districts moving population around if you want to work on that in that way.
How do you feel about that, Commissioner Eid?
That's fine. Okay, so we identified that that's the correct plan, so I'll save it as a new designation. Is that what you'd like?
Sure, why not?
Okay, so it has today's date, version 6, because it's the 6th map that's been worked on today, and it's retaining the name Daisy. So
I
we'll
would
copy that.
probably label
Go
it
ahead.
with a 2 or something after the Daisy myself, but that's up to you guys.
Okay, I can do that. Okay, Commissioner Wagner. So again, what we're looking at here is needing to move population between 8 and 10 through 11 and 1.
So Commissioner Ede, if you want to spearhead, because it looks like we have to go from 8 through 1, correct?
That would be correct. So
That's what-
8 is over, so you'd have to give from 8 to 1, and then 1 would give from 1
1
to
to 11.
11, and then potentially 11 or 12 to 10, because I believe the idea was not to touch 13 or 9, which were not named by the court.
So let's go ahead and do that, John.
Okay, so do you want the neighborhoods on?
I think that would probably be beneficial, yes. I just 8 is just funky to me because I don't see how people from the northeast have anything to do with the northwest that's over there or the north. So it's all a moot point at this point.
Well, again, I think the exercise was to not touch 9 and 13, so they're blockers, basically.
I know.
That's how- yeah.
Understood.
Okay, excellent.
That would just suck at a Tetris game trying to fix that.
Okay, so the neighborhoods on the border, you can see here. I can put some population figures on if you want an estimate of that, or you can just tell me, take this neighborhood and that neighborhood.
Oh, good Lord, that's too much right there.
Oh, no, I'll get rid of some of that, just a sec.
No problem.
There. So what I was going to show you is, so this voting precinct has 303 people. And these 434. So these are relatively sparsely populated. And the total you're looking for is about 8,000 people. So you could take a number of these along this border. And you're not trying to touch 9. So this is locked. So right here, these right here.
I would go ahead and do that. What do you think about that, Anthony?
Go for it. Okay. Of the 3, do you want to start with Petoskey, Otsego, Northwest Goldberg, or Woodbridge? You'll probably need all 3.
Go ahead and do all 3, John.
Sure. Okay, so I was selecting by voting districts, and we'll still need another remove about another 3,000 or so. So I took a portion of this neighborhood, so I could take the rest of that and the rest of this one as a starter.
I would definitely try to keep the neighborhoods intact. So
Okay.
go ahead with that. Is Commissioner Kellum still on?
Sorry, Aaron, I was whispering. I didn't even hear you. I'm sorry, Commissioner Wagner. What'd you say?
No, it's fine. I was just wondering, since we're close to your 8. If we're swinging that over, does that make sense to you?
Swinging what over? You're saying the bottom part of 8, putting that
What
more west?
what John's working on, right? I just don't want to mess with how you had 8 configured. That's all.
Oh, so I'll be completely honest, Commissioner Wagner. I did not configure 8 in this way, so my comment will be limited, not because I don't want to assist you, just because I wouldn't redraw 8 in this fashion. Where I've drawn 8 again is in a completely different map. I hope that makes sense. If not, tell me.
Okay, well, this does do what you set out to do, which is take just enough population from 8 into 1, so 8 is now balanced and it's following the neighborhood boundaries. So then if you wanted to do this without affecting 9, then you would take some of this into 11 here.
Don, where's the major discrepancy that we're so far off between 1? Where does that population need to go to? Okay, that's what I wanted, into 10,
Yeah,
correct?
it's going to go 1 up into 10. So
So-
basically, we have to put it into 1, and then you can move from 1 into 12 and 10, depending on what you would like to do.
So let's go ahead and do that. I don't like the way this is coming out, but. And Commissioner Eid, if you have any input, go ahead and speak up, please.
I think if you're just trying to normalize the population, you're doing very well.
It'd be nice to do that and keep all the communities of interest together, so.
Okay, again, just to give you an idea of the difference between 1 and 10. So 10 is 7,800 under, and 1 is 7,600 over. So between the two of them, those should equalize. But again, we have to take away from 1 here. So you're going to end up taking probably all of this area here, 23, 4,000, 3,000. So maybe just these here.
That's what I was
Lafayette Park,
thinking.
Rivertown.
And
Okay,
then,
we'll start with this and this and this.
thank you, John.
Okay, so at this point, you still need to move some population out. So we have Lafayette Park. And then I'll just point out that this one block is technically going to go past the neighborhood line, but it's a choice. It's either in this district or that district. So do the Lafayette Park first.
I would do Lafayette Park first, yes.
Okay. Okay, so 1 is on population. 11 is over 6,400 and 10 is under 7,400. So you split the difference and they would both be within toleration. So there's enough population to make it work. And then if you don't touch 9, you can use 10 and 12 if you want to make changes between those. But 10 needs to gain population.
I see that, and the only thing is messing with the gross points.
Well,
So,
you have East Point, so you could, if you don't want to mess that, then take a portion of East Point to take care of this.
right. Anthony, any suggestions, or anyone else, any suggestions?
You could do what we did on the other map and add Harper Woods to 11 and then add, you can go north above East Point on 12 to make up for that deviation.
Let's go ahead and do that. Do we have an alternative if, without including Harper Woods in one of these maps yet? Do you know what I'm saying? If we stick
Well,
Harper,
yeah, at this point, the problem is you have to lose.
I apologize for butting in here, but we can't hear you on, or at least I can't hear from the in-person room on the Zoom.
I wasn't talking at that point. I thought we,
No, Commissioner Wagner, not you. I
Okay.
couldn't hear from, and in fact, I think we may have lost the room.
hey, that's interesting.
Okay.
Because I noticed they just went by, so.
All right, I'll try to give Edward a call.
Hi, everyone. If you can hear me, we're having Wi-Fi issues in the room. We'll resume shortly once those have been resolved.
Can, let's see. Can people that are online hear me? Okay, so we've lost connection here in the room and they're working on getting it back so that we can get back live. So you can just stay connected as far as I know, and we will take a 10-minute break and hope to be back.
Test 1, 2, test 1, 2.
Okay, we're back. We're back from break. Everything seems to be working on this end. Can someone that's online say if they hear?
We can hear you fine.
Great, thank you. Okay, back to your turn, Commissioner Wagner.
Once again, yeehaw, where is the map?
Commissioner Wagner, it's John Morgan. I'm back.
Hello, John. We're still swinging population, so.
Yes, I think when we last left, we were going to move these neighborhoods out of 11 into 12, which will help you with the population that you need to take away from 11.
You can go ahead and try that. I thought Cornerstone and East English Village and all those Morningside wanted to stay together. Weren't they a COI though?
Well, the issue, I mean, the answer is yes, but the problem you've got is in this exercise, unless you want to change the purpose of this, it was to not touch District 9. So
Understood. Go ahead and
that
do
makes
that.
sense.
Yeah,
Okay.
go ahead and do that.
You got it.
I just want to, I don't like splitting up COIs.
I understand. And I don't know if you can see this on the screen, but these hatch marks, these indicate that that district is locked as I pointed out earlier. So
Yeah.
those will not transfer. That's all.
I do recall that from earlier mapping, John. Thank you.
You bet. Okay, there is more population here. Let me put on the precincts for a second. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to transfer this first, and that's going to be about 6,000 people.
So is Cornerstone and that bottom of Cornerstone Village, East English Village, is that in any? That's an 11 right now?
Yeah, just give me a second here. I need to, yeah, something was wrong and so the program just crashed. So
Oh,
give me
no
a second.
problem.
No, what I realized was the population totals were not correct. So I stopped and then the program crashed.
I was looking at that, so
Yeah, hang on.
no problem.
Okay, I'm just taking a quick step back here and look at the population totals again. Okay, we're back here. So the same thing, just gonna move the population as we discussed into 12.
Yes, thank you. John, can you zoom out for a minute? Because I thought 8 looked like it was substantially overpopulated.
Yeah, it sure does.
So what happened?
So what happened was, so when we lost the internet here, we lost the connection to the server. So it undid those connections back here.
Okay, so can you fix
So
that?
yeah, so basically I have to redo that. I don't know if you want to take the time to do that, or if you want to move on and do something else.
Well, I think it would behoove us to get it right, just because they weren't so substantially different before we disconnected the Zoom, so.
Okay, well, one thing I could do, if there's some other business the commission can do for a few minutes, then I can do what we've already done, which I've, been commissioned to do.
That's a great idea. Director Woods, would you be ready to present your information?
Sure, we can just probably have a conversation. I just kind of want to remind the commission what's been voted so we can kind of identify where we are today. A couple of things are happening. I did talk to Election Data Services, and Megan Shore from MDOS is going to help and move forward in gathering all the information for the partisan fairness so that you can have it on each individual map and turn that around quite quickly. I know that was a concern raised by some of the commissioners, so we want to address the quick turnaround. In addition, you will start seeing picture files for those who do not have shape files when you go to the draft maps. For those that are completed, you'll be able to see the picture files so that you can see exactly what the new districts look like instead of hitting the comments and seeing them, because I know a lot of people want to see the maps in real time and want to see what they look like. So want you to know that. I want to give a shout out to DTMB. They're working feverishly to get someone here to help our new commissioners out with their computers. So I want to give them a shout out for that, for making that happen. Greatly appreciate it. And now going back to our mapping timelines. If you remember yesterday, we agreed that by Thursday, we would vote for the maps to approve to move forward. So we're sticking with those timelines by Thursday. We also agreed on Friday to advance the maps that we wanted to be considered by the VRA Council. So I just want to make sure that we're looking at the timelines and what's needed to meet those timelines. So I also know that people are also tired. We've been at it since Monday, and we have all day Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and we have tomorrow to do it. So I don't know how many more maps you want to do, how many more you want to go, because it seems like in some cases we have some duplicates, maps that haven't changed at all, and some that might need some tweaks. So, in order to be efficient and kind of not repeating ourselves, how do you want to spend your time over the next 2 days? Because obviously there's cost involved for closed caption, for interpreters, all that type of stuff. And so I know people have also skipped some turns. So I just want to be cognizant of kind of where we are. And then, what is our path moving forward Thursday and Friday? I know Thursday, we're going to talk about our notice to draft proceedings. And I know on Friday, we're going to look at our mapping policy in terms of updating that. But in terms of there's anything else, let's kind of talk about how we want to spend the rest of our time this week, knowing that next week we will be finalizing on which maps to move forward.
Commissioner Zatella.
Are we gonna set a date for individual maps like we did the last round?
Well, we were asking for individual maps to be turned in this week. And I know some wanted to make some adjustments based on some of the comments. I know we have a virtual meeting tomorrow as well, but I was hoping that those individual maps would be turned in by Friday at the latest.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Weiss.
Yes, what I was going to do on my turn, which is coming very shortly, I was going to suggest that we have a list of maps that maybe we should put forward to the VRA compliance. And then I wished to take a look at any maps that were turned in by commissioners or I believe Commissioner Zatella has some. I'm not sure about Commissioner Lang or Commissioner Wagner, but I do know there is some from Commissioner Zatella. So I would like to take a look at them. Like I said, if that would be all right on my turn when it comes up to create the list and look at those maps. Thank you.
I think part of the problem, Commissioner Weiss, is we haven't really given a definitive date for people to submit maps. And I know some people are waiting to do maps and adjust based upon public input. So we're kind of at a crossroad. So maybe what we need to do is set a firm deadline for those that want to submit individual maps so they can share that with the commission.
Yeah, I was thinking we need to, at least the collaborative maps that we're working on, need to be in time for VRA compliance review. So that's by Friday, we decided. So if everyone can have their maps in by then, but I see what you're saying. People are waiting to hear what the public has to say. But we may need to work on maps after they have a VRA review. So that would be next week. We're running out of time.
Absolutely. So, I mean, the individual maps are not necessarily something that the commission would actually review, but they would need to be turned in as relates to for VRA analysis. And then obviously the commission would vote whether or not they want to move any of the individual maps forward. So if it's okay with everyone, I'd probably like to throw out a suggestion that all the individual maps be turned in by 1:00 p.m. on Friday.
Can we have a motion to that effect?
I would move that we have anybody who wants to have an individual map considered would have it in by 1 p.m. Friday.
Second.
And for the record, it's Friday, January 26th.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second that all individual maps be submitted by Friday at 1:00, January 26th, so that they can go through VRA review as well. Any discussion on that motion? Commissioner Eid.
Is 1 p.m. good for the folks that want to do that? I don't know who wants to do that or not, but is 1 p.m. good or 5 p.m.?
Commissioner Eid, it's a matter of getting them turned over timely to the VRA council and getting them uploaded to the computer. So we've been asking for the maps or hinting to that since last week. So it's not a matter of trying to be accommodating. I think the maps are pretty much done. They're just waiting whether or not to see if there's a groundswell of support versus one way or the other. So if people are creating maps now and not taking advantage of the resources that have been provided, that's a whole new different ballgame. But we need to get these maps in.
Commissioner Kellum.
And the 1:00 p.m. deadline for Friday, would that allow the commission as a whole to have a look at the individual maps that are going to be submitted?
Remind you, the individual maps are only voted on by the commission as to whether or not to move forward, not to review or change them.
Okay.
So they could go through VRA review without us looking at them. And then we look at them after. Commissioner Zatella.
I'm just not clear. I thought last time individual maps just got advanced and published automatically, that there wasn't an approval process on it. Am I mistaken on that?
That's exactly what we're saying, Commissioner Zatella. But once again, in order for the maps to proceed, as to whether or not to be considered by the public, the commission would have to vote on that. Or are you saying that they go straight to the public without consideration by the commission?
Yeah, I thought last time they went straight to the public. I mean, I agree that we need a deadline so that we can have VRA review on it. I mean, there's no question about that. I'm just talking about last time we did not, because individual commissioners have a right to submit a map. We did not have like a voting process on it. We just had a deadline on when they had to be turned in by. At least that's my recollection. I could be wrong.
Okay, well, let me go back and check and I'll get back to you. Thank you for that.
And I would just add to, like, for me, 1 PM on Friday is fine. I mean, obviously, I'd love to have more public comment than we've been getting, but, you know, I can work with that deadline.
Any other discussion? Okay, so then we will vote on that motion. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and the motion is adopted. So 1 PM on this coming Friday. Anything else, Director Woods?
Let me hold on just a second. At this time, I'm seeing the lily, the daisy, the tulip, the bergamot, and the rosebud as the 5 maps that have been done by the commission. And I see some other collaborative maps, but is it safe to say, just, you know, for public purposes, that those are the 5 collaborative maps that are identified completely by the commission?
Can you,
The trillium tonight, okay.
I think we also had sunflower and marigold.
Yep.
No?
Yes.
Okay, so we have 3 more that are going to be published tonight then. Is that correct, Mr. Brace or Mr. Morgan?
I think we have a total of 6 maps today. Some of them might be considered updates of previous maps. So we have the Trillium map, we have the sunflower. Let's see. One moment here.
Okay, I see the rosebud, the bergamot, the tulip, the daisy, and the lily.
We have marigold will be put up there today.
Marigold, trillium, and sunflower.
Did you say tulip as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The day, did they finish the daisy yet?
Yeah, I said days. I just was probably the ones from today then.
Yeah.
So
And
it'd be sunflower, trillium, and marigold.
It's too many.
So that would be a total of 3.
Those maps that were just named, these are going to be considered the collaborative maps that were worked on by the commission, including sunflower and marigold.
Sunflower and marigold, I believe, were collaborative maps. Is that correct?
I didn't think that they were, but I don't want to be incorrect. I thought that those were maps that Commissioner Zatella worked on mainly with the communities of interest, the COI overlay. If I'm incorrect, I don't care either way. I'm just making sure that
Well, we spent a lot of time
we're
on the
being
name,
decisive.
on the naming, so I want to make sure that we are correct.
Okay.
Those
Because
are,
if you remember,
Commissioner Zatella?
Yeah, those are absolutely collaborative maps. They were variations of the rosebud, which was also a collaborative map.
okay.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay,
All right.
so you're saying we will have those,
They're
Okay.
posted now.
okay?
And then I want to thank Ryan from EDS team for those that want to look at a picture file. If you download the attachment, you can look at it from a picture file if you don't have the shape files software to do it. So thanks to EDS and Ryan in particular for getting that up and going.
Okay. Commissioner Kellum?
The only thing that I would say about the Lily map is that there are changes that I would like to make, and I was planning on renaming that map. but I don't, not certain that that will happen today unless another commissioner makes those changes to the Royal Oak Township, Oak Park, Detroit area. And then I would also like to see the Lakeshore community shifted. I think that would make it a pretty good map. So that's the only caveat I have to that being
Well,
put online.
I have a suggestion. We've been going in order of commissioners, but at this point, we have several maps that are ready or pretty much ready. We have some others that might still need some work. So maybe we can continue with this map that we're working on with Commissioner Wagner, but when we're done with that, or when people are satisfied with that, maybe instead of just going in order by commissioner, we see if there's any maps that anybody wants to do something on, such as Lily, and see who wants to do it and try and get the others wrapped up so that, because we have one more day to map basically.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think that's really a great plan because we can get this finished by Thursday. You know, we could spend time Friday tightening up the procedures. Is there anything else missing? Making sure the partisan fairness numbers and all that data is together so that, and then possibly leave after lunch on Friday.
Okay, and then we have next week, after we get the VRA review, we have next week to make tweaks and do anything that we need to and meet our deadline. Sounds like a plan. Okay, Commissioner Zatella.
Yeah, I was just wondering about next week, if we're going to be handing things off on Friday, is that VRA analysis going to be complete on Monday, or should we potentially consider not meeting that day and picking up on Tuesday?
I'm told that they need 48 hours, Commissioner Zatella. That's why we're asking for it on Friday. So they have time to work over the weekend.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Mr. Morgan, or is that everything, Director Woods?
Yes, thank you very much.
And Mr. Morgan, are we ready to pick back up?
Pretty close. What happened was when the internet went down here, it crashed the autobound system. And then when I brought that back online, it set back several districts that have been drawn. So it's not quite where it needs to be. I think we got the concepts down, but the population numbers aren't jiving the way I expect them to. So I feel like I would need to rebuild and verify this.
Commissioner Eid? Oh, sorry, Commissioner Wagner.
I was just gonna move if we go ahead and give John time to do that. If we've done with pressing business, maybe we can revisit this map tomorrow morning after he has put all those districts back together that we lost earlier.
That's a great idea. Okay, Commissioner Eid, you have something?
I was just gonna ask John, can you fix the population deviation overnight on that map?
I can bring it back into
As you
alignment.
see fit.
Yes, I can. I can, well, let me put it this way. I can get it back up right to the point we were, and I think the intention was to move some of those Detroit neighborhoods into 12, and then I can stop there and bring that back in the morning. There's just something not quite right with the population, and rather than move forward with something I'm not sure is correct, I think it'd be wise to pick another plan.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you. Okay, so at this point, it is Commissioner Weiss's turn. And I think you expressed a similar thing. You want to see what we have going on?
Yes, what I was going to suggest, I would like to start a list if that's acceptable. And obviously then most of them have been named. One was the Rosebud, the Lily, the Bergamot, the Daisy, and I believe Trillium 3 version, if that's acceptable. But I would like to have, I guess we can't do that anyhow, but I was going to have Commissioner Kellum do Lily. She said she has some changes. I'm kind of interested to see what changes she would like to make, even though it is a finished map, I believe. But I think
He says
John.
it's not finished, but yes, she's coming on, Commissioner Kellum.
So if I understand you correctly, Commissioner Weiss, you would like me to make changes during your turn, or?
Yes, because I'd like
Okay.
to see your changes. I thought the map was pretty good. I mean, it's been checked out. It's been partisan fairness has all been done. So I would like to see what you want to do to make it better.
Yeah, and before I get started, I can just simply explain, there have been several comments about the Oak Park, Royal Oak Township, and the COI that is in Detroit, Palmer Park, being merged so that it crosses 8 Mile, not dramatically so, but in a way that more accurately expresses that community of interest. We had, to my recollection, we had the same individual 3 different times, and in our online platform put forth a plan that I would say that I also agree with, that could work, that makes minor changes. This individual also supplied a map. I think we heard him this morning, and he called the map Tiger Lily. So what I was proposing is that that map be overlaid with the current Lily map, and those tweaks be made as quickly as we can. If we work together, it'll happen faster rather than, go ahead, take it away, Commissioner Kellum. So if we do it together, it will work quickly. And then the changes that Commissioner Orton made to the Lakeshore area, I think that could also be included in this map. And then we take a look at the numbers. At such point, I would like to rename the map Spirit of Detroit.
Sounds good to me.
Okay. Take it away, John.
Okay.
So I think the Commissioner Muldoon through the chair, if you could give the ID number so that John can maybe pull it if that's possible. Is that possible?
Yeah, the ID was. Find it again. P9920. Under the public comment portal.
Okay, I'm generally I don't have access to that, but I can get that just a second. Okay, so that's a different website from the one where we've been uploading plans. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, it's under the michiganmapping.org.
Okay, and are you able to download a shapefile from that?
That's what I was talking to you earlier about trying to do.
Okay.
I'm not sure how to do it.
Got it. Okay. All right. So does someone have that open or available?
I have it open on my screen.
Okay, so either I can help you do that, or Kim can, or Ryan. Yeah, Ryan can help you do that real quick. And then did you wanted to look at the Lily map as well?
Yeah, so you can pull up the Lily map. While we're working on that,
Yeah.
Commissioner Orton can jump in and change the Lakeshore area.
Okay, so this would be, so for right now, the Lily map was updated by Commissioner Muldoon to account for those unassigned areas.
Yes.
So we did that. So I'll bring that up, and then
Okay.
that's the map that will
Yes.
change to you want to rename eventually Spirit of Detroit.
Yes.
Okay, got it. All right, so I'll bring up my screen.
Okay. In the meantime, commissioners and member of the public and Commissioner Weiss, the overlay is from the public comment that says Royal Oak, Oak Park belong with Detroit, not Birmingham, which I think is fairly accurate. And then in the current map, Royal Oak is split in 3 ways. So by bringing Royal Oak over to the east, Royal Township, excuse me, we will be fixing that piece. And then we're also keeping Royal Oak Township whole, which is an area that is just across 8 Mile. On one side, you have Detroit, it's 8 Mile, Wyoming area. On the other side, because I'm very familiar with that area, there's Royal Oak Township. You can literally drive across from Wyoming, which is Detroit, cross 8 Mile. Well, you have to make a U-turn. So you make the Michigan left. Yeah. You make a Michigan left and you can continue down Wyoming. If you drive through Royal Oak Township, and what do you have? Ferndale is right there. So just to give kind of a visual representation of that area. I don't think that Palmer Park, Palmer Woods, especially since we've heard from Palmer Park wanting to be merged with those communities, and Green Acres in that northeast corner of 8 Mile is going to, or Detroit. I don't think that is the hill that anyone is going to pass out on. And I think it does a great service to those communities of interest. So that's the explanation of the change. John, this is a petty aesthetic question. Does the spirit of Detroit, does it have to be broken up by all the underscores?
I don't know. Probably not.
Okay, let's fix
but-
the map first and then maybe.
Yeah, I think that's probably the better way to handle it.
Okay,
'Cause
yeah.
I honestly, the naming conventions, some programs are fine with spaces and some
then
of them
some-
don't like it.
Okay,
so I
it
don't
doesn't have
know.
to be all together. I just didn't know if the underscores, just disregard. Let's work on the
No
maps
problem.
first. Okay.
Okay, so just to confirm, this shows the area of District 12 that we updated earlier in the day.
Mhm.
So otherwise, the plan is exactly as you left it.
Okay, so what I would like to do now is Commissioner Orton, can you walk us through the changes that were made to the Lakeshore District, simply because it'll be faster if you do that?
Yeah, could we just overlay and just fill in? I think that would be
Okay,
quickest.
Sure. So what I need to do to facilitate that is I will export that as a shaped layer and then import it. So just take me a second to do that.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm just going to share my screen again, just to verify we got the correct plan. It should be. So this is today's date. It's number 3 plan of the day. It's collaborative Trillium. And Commissioner Orton, does this appear to be the district that you drew?
Yes.
Okay, and then the
Thank you.
rest of the plan is, I think the other way we'd look at it is there was a small change here that Commissioner Muldoon made. So that's the plan, and I'm just going to export that as a shapefile.
Great.
Okay, so the blue outline is the Trillium district or plan rather.
Okay, so if you could just zoom in and fill in. Yeah, make district, so it's 10 in this case.
Yes, that's correct.
Make it match that outline, and then I guess we'll work our way to take care of the populations. Is that what you'd like, Commissioner Cullum?
Yes, Commissioner Orton.
Okay, so this should be the same configuration as before. We can check the population to make sure it's exact, or we can stipulate that's correct. It appears to be.
Yeah, it is the same percentage anyway, so
Okay,
it must be good.
on the deviation.
Mhm.
Okay, great. Yeah, then that should be correct. Okay, so that's the District 10. All right.
And so now we have the discrepancy between 12 and 13. So do you want me to work on that, Commissioner Kellum and Commissioner Weiss, or does somebody want? Do you have something you see?
Also, I can turn off the blue lines if you don't want to reference the other plan anymore.
True, yeah, you could do that.
Okay.
I feel bad because I'm slightly rethinking that choice.
Well, I'm thinking that East Point could just go up to 13 and it keeps it together and keeps it up there. We can try it anyway.
Well, again, there's several options. You have 12 and 14, whatever you need, whatever works. And plus you were going to look at a different part of the Royal Oak area as well. So that could impact what you want to do in this area.
Commissioner Eid.
So we have this choice, and we have this choice in like we have this choice in Bergamot, we have this choice in Trillion. Am I saying that right? Trillion. Beautiful flower, by the way, Steve. You taught me something new today. What I would suggest actually is making the other changes you want to change first, and then at the end doing
Going
this
back,
change, so
yeah.
you could have like an A and a B and seeing how that affects things. Or you could make it now and resave it and go back to Lily and make another copy. So it's your call, but that's what I would suggest.
Okay, I think Commissioner Orton, your work is not in vain, but I think maybe I had to do it prematurely. Is it a way for us to reverse this, to like undo? I'm thinking of like
But-
Microsoft Office land.
I have a question though, or a suggestion. I think since we already did this part, can we just save this as one version? Because this was a copy, right?
Yes.
So we still have the original and then you can work on that, just so we don't go through this exercise again.
Okay, name this one Lily, and then I'll name the other one Spirit of Detroit. Let's do that.
Sorry, it looks like I got disconnected. Maybe other people did too, or maybe it's just me. Okay. Yeah, it's showing I have no internet connection, so I'll try to reconnect. Okay, so what I've done here is good news. It looks like we can dispense with the underscores. So I renamed this Spirit of Detroit, and then the other one is just gonna stay with that one district change, and it's still in my system and saved. So this, you wanted to work on the Royal Oak area, I believe.
Yes, with the shape file from the public comment portal. The tiger lily is the
Okay.
name of that.
All right, I'll see if I can get that overlaid. Just a second.
Okay.
Commissioner Wagner.
I just wanted to interject something if I may. When I asked that, if John could correct the population on 8 and we could come back to it, I didn't realize I was giving up my turn to draw. So I don't know if we just skip that or what the issue is.
We can go back to that tomorrow, I'm sure. Right now, John's not able to do anything, I don't think.
Oh,
He-
sorry, yeah, the shapefile that we downloaded isn't a plan, it's something else. So we have to get a different download of the shapefile to make the overlay.
So maybe we work on that tomorrow.
Something, yeah, to get that tiger lily shapefile. Yeah, we have to do something else because the file that came across is not a
Oh.
district plan.
I understand. Okay. So, so Commissioner Wagner, what you were wanting to do, we
And-
needed to wait for John to get.
It appears
Something
we're at a standstill. I was interpreting what Mr. Morgan just said as the lily shape file, which was Commissioner Kellum's request.
Yeah,
So
he's talking about.
Yeah, that's correct. The
Are
tiger
we-
lily shapefile is not coming across immediately.
okay, so basically we are at a standstill with mapping until we fix that issue. Is that correct?
We can work on something else, mapping.
Yeah, I just can't, the shapefile that was sent to me, if I share my screen, you'll see that
can't
it's
incorporate it.
basically, it's the voting districts for the entire state. It's not like whatever was downloaded isn't the right file. So we have to go back and get the correct file. And then we'll be able to do that. So we could continue with what you were doing before, you know, but you want that specific file. Commissioner Kellum wants the specific.
It
file.
would just be easier. I mean, I could eyeball it, but I'd rather not spend time doing that. It would be easier to, what I'm envisioning, because the idea for Tiger Lily has some other changes, and I'm just trying to get marry the two together. So, not perfectly. So I'd rather not vocalize all those changes. We could just do something completely different and wait for you to get the shape file.
So back to Commissioner Wagner. Commissioner Wagner, is there a different plan or something else that you might want to work on if that's appropriate?
Not at the moment. I just wanted to work on getting that population switched over, and then that would at least give us one other map that we could put out there. So however you guys want to do it is fine by me at this point.
Okay, I'm thinking we can't do what Commissioner Kellum wants to work on until tomorrow. We can't do what Commissioner Wagner wants to work on until tomorrow. So Commissioner Weiss, is there any other map that you would like to work on? We have, you know, maybe 10 minutes left, or Mr. Morgan has
Or
something.
to Commissioner Weiss's point, does he want to look at the maps? Because I think he was considering using his time to help you summarize the maps.
Okay. Commissioner Weiss?
Yes, what I had actually done is I wanted Brittany to have a chance to change her Lily map. And I also wanted to know if I could start a list of some maps that are completed to put forward, if that's possible.
Yes, that is possible. I think Commissioner Eda has his hand up. No, he didn't. Okay.
And as I
So,
said, we had an email that came through here from M. Bryce that stated that Rosebud, Lily, Bergamot, Daisy, Trillium 3 were on that list, I believe. So I was going to suggest if we put those on that move forward list, if that would be all right with the rest of the commissioners, unless they'd like to add or change some of those.
I think that's great.
I guess that's all I have then.
Commissioner Kellum?
Lily still has, I mean, I changed, the Lakeshore District was changed, so now that one is Lily.
We could take it off.
I saved that
Yeah.
plan, but I didn't rename it. So the only thing is I gave it a number designation. So again, for purposes of today, that will be today's date, version 6. And then I have that currently as Spirit of Detroit, but I can change it to Lily.
Yeah,
back to
please
Lily.
change,
That's fine.
yeah, that would be
Sure.
great to change it, so it's Lily.
Okay.
So really there'd be 2 Lilies then, different versions.
Yeah, I mean, yes and no, because what I've done is by doing this sort of, there's 6 total plans we worked on today. And the one that was previously designated as Lily still exists and is uploaded to the site because we worked on that on a previous day. We would upload this new version of Lily with that number designation and date designation. So technically they are different, but as we've been talking about, it's basically the evolution of that same plan. So you can consider that an updated version of Lily if you like.
Okay, yeah, you can call that one Lakeshore Lily if you want to, just because I know it sounds silly, but a part of what Commissioner Weiss, and I don't want to like belabor the time, but what he's doing, I think is brilliant, because it's hard for, if I was just watching this, I want to know what is different about every map in the Detroit area. And while we don't have the time to do that necessarily now, I am going to go back and try to categorize that because I think that's important. So I don't want someone that in the past is like, oh, I love Lily, but then I changed it. And so they don't, so now they know, oh, the Lakeshore is different. So it's Lakeshore Lily. And tomorrow I'll make the changes to that other area that I talked about, and that's going to have a completely different name because I was trying to get away from having version 1, version 2, version 3. I didn't want to do that with the map that we've been working on. Okay.
Okay, understood. Mr. Brace, you wanted to say something?
Yes, two things. We are planning to do overlays of plans that have been drawn, that are finalized, so that we can show those on the screen and show differences or similarities, particularly to make sure that which districts are changing and where they are changing on that side. And the other thing is Commissioner Weiss made a comment in terms of various plans on a list that I sent out, but I don't think I sent it out. I don't know if Edward sent it out or whatever. I did create the table of all the political partisan fairness scores, which I've sent to Director Woods.
It's already out, Mr. Brace.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Zatella.
Yeah, I was just gonna suggest water lily to Commissioner Callum rather than Lakeshore lily, because water lily is an actual flower.
Sure, I don't care either way. It could lake, water, river, pond. It doesn't matter. And just so people associate it with something by the water change.
It's fine, John, you can.
Yeah, so if again, I don't need to direct this, but I do have between Sarah and I, we've been basically keeping a list of plans. I have most of the flower named plans on my computer. So if Commissioner Weiss is directing that, I can bring up my list that might help inform this process.
Okay. Commissioner Weiss.
Yes, I believe that's the list that Mr. Brace sent out that Edward got, and of course, I've looked at it. And those maps were ones that were done, and the partisan fairness numbers were done on them already. So I guess, like I said, Rosebud, then Bergamot, Daisy, I believe it was Trillium 3. I think that was on there, and Lily, but I think we've changed that, so maybe we'll wait on that one. Like I said, we can add or subtract. I'm just suggesting we start a list. Need to move forward on this.
Yes, we've been trying to create a list too. But as John has mentioned, we are working with Sarah, who is keeping a very good list on that side.
So maybe tomorrow we can review all those. Finish up whatever we want to, finish up these two that we haven't been able to finish up tonight. And then see how far we get. Because that's our kind of last day to do this. Okay. So it is now 5:21. Commissioner Weiss, do you want to do anything else, or should we just wrap it up for today?
I think we should wrap it up, give the computer time to rest. We worked it pretty hard.
I think we did. Okay, so are there any announcements from any commissioners? I don't see any, so I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move we adjourn.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded that we adjourn. Any discussion? All in favor of adjourning, raise your hand and say aye. Any opposed, raise your hand and say nay. Okay, we are adjourned at 5:22 p.m. See you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.